Okay. What are we doing today? We're working with some drawers today. So this mod was commissioned by someone who is very generous. And yeah, they wanted basically a really nice, efficient storage solution. And I thought there would be a way to do this efficiently that, saved server performance, data on disk, client server syncing data, like rather than sending a storage system, right? Let's say you have a drawer that has 2,000 stacks worth of storage capacity. Okay, you've got it maximum, you got it upgraded to the tilt, you got a crazy amount of storage in it. Well, every solution out there right now, literally every solution out there, has behind the scenes an inventory object that has that many item slots, right? If you have 1,000 stacks of storage, there's 1,000 item slots behind the scenes, right? And it's just managing 1,000 slots. Well, when you dump data to disk or when you send it to clients, the way that the game packages that data up is it sends the inventory, it basically creates a JSON tree for the inventory and then sends that JSON tree, basically text, right? It's sending text to the client to sync it. Well, that's fine with a normal machine. You have a tiny little amount of item slots. Everything is fine, right? But when you have a storage container that has 1,000 slots in it, that has to send the data, right, of 1,000 slots, which is a way more data than your average chest, let's say. What does the chest have? The chest has a tiny amount of slots in it. So my solution to that is to create a custom item slot, which I have done. Oh, that's a weird sound. I shouldn't have given her the mousey. You are a mousey eater. Yeah. You will hunt the mousey. So I invented my own item slot. My own item slot that has it's an expandable inventory, right? It's a single slot that can contain multitudes of things. So like when there's a call to say, hey, is there more space in this slot? That's like one of the base calls for the base inventory management. Can it contain, right? Is there space? Well, the vanilla version, if there's something in the slot, it compares the item's maximum stack size to the how many are in the slot. Okay, the item's maximum stack size. So if you have an item that stacks to 16, well then that slot can only hold 16 items because it's comparing the item's stack size. So my custom version doesn't do that. Instead, it compares the max stack size of the slot to the number of that are in there, right? So the item still has a max stack size. That never goes away. That's associated with the item. Mine ignores that when you're storing, because it's like my item slot manages the maximum stack size of the slot and then compares all the values according to that. And then if you add upgrades to the drawer, that will expand that number. Okay, so your maximum stack size of the slot is what's being managed. So that way, when the inventory has to sync, there's literally 9 inventory slots in the drawer. There's 8 upgrade slots, and there's 1 custom slot, the expandable slot. And that is what's being managed. And it works. Like, it does work. There's some bugs. I've got it in a rough testable state. There are some bugs, but the drawer, the system works. It stores, multitudes of stuff. And so I'm just there's a few other little features that I have to iron out. And there is a few bugs that I have to get sorted. Yeah, the cat's freaking out because I gave her a mousey. So yeah, we're just gonna push through today, and work towards hopefully, possibly, maybe getting something that is testable by members. If anybody wants members or Patreons. I mean, technically it's testable now, but there's just too many bugs in it that to make me confident. Okay, so drawer controller block. There is a bug in here where one of these, I can't remember which. Yeah. One of these doesn't get called. No, I think it was this one. Yeah, if you return false, the interaction will not be synced to the server. Okay. Get block entity. Because I was testing this with a bunch of stuff, and if active slot to empty, try put player inventory. Yeah, see, this returns false by default. That's not what we want to do. Because we want to sync it to the server. I could have sworn there was try put player inventory. Yeah, see, this is why I commented this out right here. It was never triggering on the server. Okay. Like, I had this try put player. This is the call when if you have an empty hand and you double right click on the controller, right? It dumps your inventory into any inventory that can be stored. It dumps it into the drawers, right? Well, I was doing that, and this call with this line here, this call was never being run. It never hit this call on the server. And the client, it doesn't really matter what on the client, anything that it does. But it never syncs it to the server because this was always a return false. So I get all the way through this. Yeah. It never hit this because of the return false down here. So, yeah. I thought I might have to do a packet, which is why I left myself a note. Because if I look at the drawer, that's a controller. Drawer, block entity. No, drawer block. On interact start. Okay, I don't spit off. I don't spit that off. Okay. Well, we can test this here. So the drawer controller has a special call that it needs to throw. So let's take a look at that. Go to definition. So yeah, this grabs the hotbar, which we may or may not want. I don't know. But I'm going to keep it. We're going to grab the hotbar. We're going to grab the main inventory. And you just iterate through. Yeah, this is very basic. Try insert stack. Smart insertion prefers drawers that already contain the item type. So this call, yeah, this call actually, okay, I get it. It's been like a week since I worked on this, so. Loose. Quit making weird noises. Okay, so this should I say, not, this should actually work. Okay. So if I remove that and that, right? And I put this, if I right click this controller, it should put it in here like that. Now if I double right click, it should fill that, but then fill that with some stuff. Oh, give me that. Let me put that in there and then do it. There we go. Because remember, it just iterated through my hotbar, right? It's just hotbar, one slot to the next, to the next, to the next. So the first item it came to is like, oh, I have a place for that. Okay, so these little rudimentary tests here, right? These are just like, hey, I want to get some of these tested. Okay, so now one of the things I haven't tested yet, and I'm kind of nervous. We have the GUI. This is what we worked on last time. I've got this. This is a to-do item, right? This is a thing that I'm going to need to work on because this doesn't work right now. And I would like to somehow center these into the box. I'm not really sure how to do that yet either. I think there might be an easy way to do that, but there might not be. But I want to get an upgrade drawer. So we have, drawers of all the different wood types. And then let's grab I don't care. An iron upgrade. Give item vintage drawers, drawer upgrade, iron. Excuse me? For what? Is there a sync issue? We're going to save and leave. And then we're going to go right back in. If I have stuff in my hotbar, that means we definitely need to start sending packets. I was hoping to avoid it. No? Upgrade. Give item vintage drawers, Drawer upgrade to copper. You know, I think I might know what this is. I have special storage flags on the upgrades. Okay, let's save and leave and quit. All right. So we go here, we go item types, we go drawer upgrade. I have storage flags on there. Now, what do I do? I think I can AND this value with other flags. How did I do this? Let's see. How did I do this with Vintage Engineering? I can't remember how I did this. It was so long ago. Programming. Vintage Engineering. Mod. Assets. Vintage item types. Press mold. Storage flags. 4097. So I added 1 to that, right? So if I add 1 to this, that should be that fixed. Let's test. Because think of flags as just like bit flags, right? It's just setting a bit along an integer. That's all that does. And okay. So now when I do that give, so it's give item vintage drawers drawer upgrade dash copper. It should actually give it to me. So now I can basically install that here, and you can see my storage went up, and it went up a lot. That is number of items, not number of stacks. Okay, so these things happen to stack right to 400. Now if I take that out, 2048, that should be 2x. Or no, what is this? Because I scale it, right? So the base drawer is 32 stacks. So this value initialized, because there's nothing in it. I don't know what the stack size is of the thing that's in it. So it defaults to 2048. Okay, 32 stacks at 64 apiece. Okay, so if you put something that has a stack size of 1, which is like a gear, well, these actually stack higher than 1 because of my particular thing. But this stacks to 1. So we have 32. This multiplies not by 2, by 32 times 2. I don't know. I tried to hit really high numbers here. So like this and then this. Get in there. This is why this item slot here, I need to do some hocus pocus with it. So when I click it, I only get a stack, not the whole enchilada, right? I don't want the whole enchilada. I just give me a stack. So yeah, these are kind of deceptive. I might have to redo drawer So my top tier upgrade is actually diamond. This is going to be a shocking amount of storage. Okay, so if we add a diamond in there, okay, yeah, this is a little on the extreme because yeah, another diamond, and then now we're starting to go negatives. That's a bad sign. It's a bad sign. So I might, yeah, that's. Now, if we take those out, you can see how many items. So that is a wrong. Okay. We are going to we're going to change that right now. That was funny. That got a little more extreme than I thought it was going to get. So let's go to, I think it's drawer BE. That sets that. So I think it is upgrade. Update inventory. Okay. So we have installed tier, variant tier, false. Upgrade. Okay. Active hotbar slot. Stack. Installed tier. Install upgrade. This slot is okay. Where do I call this from? Try to upgrade. Check for upgrade. Yeah, like I said, there's some weird edge case bugs with this. You know, I just basically got the thing in a testable, like runnable state last time I worked on it. Somewhere in here is an update inventory. But it's not this. Where's onslaught modified? Update capacity. That's what I was looking for. Okay, so we have num slots and stack size, item not collectible to max stack size times max stack size times num slots. So num slots stack upgrade check is new num stacks. Okay, so this then is where I actually do that math, and this is where we need to change it. So right here is my problem. I'm adding a base num times the multiplier. So what happens if we just do that? Okay, come back in here, and then we come in here and we put this in there. So you can see now we're at 2x, right? 12.8. Now we're at 2x that. Now we're at many x that. So does this still... This does not cycle. So max... So remember, one of my mods, it might be Buggy's Random Changes, one of my mods edits the stack size of stone to be 400, right? Which is a pretty extremely high thing, but having a stack size of 400 makes it really easy to like organize and like I need 50 of these, I need 100 100 of these, and it just makes it easier. So anyway, so this with max diamond upgrades, which is the highest tier that I have, gives me a total storage of 209 million stone. Okay? So y'all, right? This is being saved in one slot. Let me reiterate. There's one slot that has all of these. Now, if you were to try to store 209 million, right, in individual slots, where right the stack size, you take that number divided by 400, right? 2097 divided by 400 would be roughly 50,000 slots, right? Imagine how much data that is. A JSON file with 50,000 slots, where it's just one entry after another. Slot 0, slot 1, slot 2, slot 3, slot 4, slot 5, slot 6, all the way down to 50,000. That's an insane amount of data. I do it with one slot. It's just one slot that's doing this. All right. So let's take out all of these so I don't get all nervous about what's going on here. So this is a multiplier 2048 on top of this. Okay. So this already is 26 million items. I might have to tone down this multiplier. 26 million items but again, diamonds in the base game, diamonds are incredibly rare. Like very rare. Okay? So having many diamond upgrades probably not gonna happen. Okay? Oh, hot coffee on my hand. Okay, so let's see. Right? Let's see. I need to give myself some backpack space. So let's give item backpack pack plus black hole. This is my usual test kit here. Okay, so I can put this away and this away. That's what I wanted to do. All right, so, and I can put this away. So now when I double right click, this should get the rest. Okay? And then that obviously happens. Okay, so that worked. The stupid thing takes my takes my sword, but whatever. Okay, so now let's see what happens. I need to test key. So let's give item vintage drawers drawer key dash lock. It's a tiny little thing. But you can see there's a little lock icon on it now. And we can lock that one too. Okay, so now when we take these, that's still... Okay, so there's... Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. So we locked this, so when we empty this thing... What happens? Ooh. Okay. Output. Okay, yeah. Output. What is null? This. Well. What is null? It's not environment.newline. I know that. Drawer entity.get inventory count. I don't. Which one of these expression is null? Game. This one. Drawer entity through an exception. Okay, so drawer entity is not null. Drawer entity dot get stored item stack. This returns null. But it didn't. Block null class item. Get stored item stack. Block null item null. Stack size 1. ID 2770. What is that collectible? Okay. I have a null check right here. Why is this null check? This question mark here is a null check. But it's not null. So I need to go to this. Lock to stack. For some reason, okay. I need. Oh man. Can I just comment this out? And we're going to gracefully exit. I wanted to save my state. I wanted to save everything so I didn't have to redo all the inventory shenanigans. Okay. So this get stored item stack. So the problem is we had essentially an empty drawer, but it was locked to a stack. Okay, so this returned the locked item stack, but something when I emptied that out, let me go back to this. Go to definition. If empty, if locked to stack, return locked to stack. Okay. So that worked. Get stored max stack size. Let's go to definition. Inventory of 0. This is a problem. Well, no, that's not a problem. That's actually right. Get an inventory count. Go to definition. Inventory return 0. Okay, that is fine. Let's just take a peek at this. Inventory 0.item stack. That's stack size. Okay. So yeah, it's just this. So what fiddled with my stored item stack? I'm wondering if I'm pretty sure I sync these. Yes, I do sync these. So I wonder if, let's see, lock to stack does not equal null. Let's check the lock. the lock state. I have just a little bank of key. Yeah, all the texture atlas stuff, all the rendering based stuff. You know, a big shout out to the Better Crates mod. My God, like that saved me hours and hours and hours and hours. But even the Better Crates mod stores all of its stuff in multiple slots. So, this mod is different enough functionally to that. And, you know, it's kind of an evolution. I even looked at the storage drawers mod, like their legit storage drawers mod, and it stores multiple stacks behind the scenes. I could not find, like, what I actually saw looked like, yeah, it stored multiple stacks. On oh, there it is. Toggle drawer lock. Label enabled. Toggle drawer lock. Mark dirty. True. Mark dirty true. Yeah. Like I'm not I didn't mark this dirty, but this yeah, this should lock this thing to stack. Okay, so now we need to look at onslaught modified. Is my lock to stack right? Is this edited in any other way? Is override void? One of the things I wish I could do when I debug stuff is have, because this is like a real-time debugger, I wish I could have a little watch window that was just monitoring a variable, right? I have an object, tie a link to a variable, and just watch the variable in real time, right? Without having to go into the debugger and stop stop execution. Just have something monitoring a variable. That way I could monitor this lock to stack variable and just see at what point does this thing change? Because something changed it. Something changed it. So yeah, it's so let's fire this up again. Yeah, see, I didn't test any of the upgrades, which is what I wanted to do today. I wanted to make sure these upgrades and stuff were tested, and I need a recipe for them. The drawer upgrades. I want a universal recipe, obviously, for many of the drawer upgrades. Oh, it's just straight up threw an error at me right away. Stored item stack. Why is this code? Why did the code not save to this? Why did this not save? So let's do let's stop. If locked to stack dot code. And then code equals null. Return null. All right, I want to actually watch this. I want to know exactly what this value is when it loads, because there's something messed with this code. Yeah, collectible is null. Locked to stack. Collectible is null. Attributes. There's no if locked to stack dot collectible equals null, or oh Jesus, I hate when I fat finger keys. I hate it. I do it so much on this keyboard too. Then I want to do locked equals false. Locked to stack equals null. Okay. Locked to stack, return null. Okay. Oh my god, it's fucking nighttime? Oh man. Time add 6. Thank you. Okay, so let's put oh shit. Okay. Now okay. Let's put this in here. And then let's lock it. Okay. And then let's take it out. Lock to stack is null again. Okay. So we need where do we I think we set this, we need to do the toggle lock again. Toggle drawer lock. Okay. Well, that kept it. And it ran the command over and over again like it always does. So it is what it is. So is locked true. Locked equals false. Locked to stack equals null. Okay. And then we have to run it 7 bazillion more times because the game doesn't know how to stop. Okay, now I need to add the breakpoint again. This is the number one annoying thing about this game, trying to debug it. When I debug this, right, and I debug it off of a mouse interaction, specifically, interacting with something, The game never stops calling that. It never stops. It will call that mouse event a million times before it ever breaks away from the code. It will never stop, right? It will just keep calling that same command. I don't know why. I have no idea why. It should fire the event once, and that's it. It should not refire that event over and over and over and over and over again just because I'm in the debugger. So it's just my number one, like, why does it do this? Okay, so now we're going to lock it. Okay, so now we have inventory.itemstack.clone, itemstack.stack size is 1, right? So now we have lock to stack, and then mark dirty should mark that dirty. Okay. Now, if I remove everything, and I really should do this with less in it, let's put them all in here. Yeah, fine. I'll give you one of these. Okay. Now. Whew, now we can maybe possibly figure out how to do this. So I should have 5 stacks in there. Let me actually do 4 stacks so I have an inventory slot available. And let's do now when I remove all of these, we're gonna go up to onslaught modified. Okay. Onslaught modified. I don't see any obvious like shenanigans here. But I wish yeah, let's see what happens. Okay, get stored item stack. Collectible is null. What happens to locked to stack? What happens to this thing? The set item stack should call it. Okay. I mean, it's showing it, but it's not. It's not showing this as locked. It should show that icon. I don't understand it. I don't understand. Oh my god. Okay, so we're going to go down to 2 tree attributes, and we are going to check lock to stack. Okay. Stone, granite. Code is good. Everything looks good. Okay. So F10, F10. We're going to look at the tree. Set item stack. So we're going to go tree, bracket, locked stack, and then F10. Item stack attribute. Collectible item. Okay. Now we're going to do this. Okay. And then go F5. And now we're in here. Okay. So tree. Yeah. Like it just loses. I wonder if I have to resolve. I wonder if that's my problem. Tree.get item stack. So lock to stack. Tree dot locked stack. Block is null. Collectible is null. Etc. Etc. Stack size is 1. Block null. Blah blah blah. Where is locked to stack dot resolve block or item world for resolving? Okay, so if we do F10 and then we I need to hot reload and then we F10, boom, there it is. Oh, thank God. Yeah, it was passing the item stack, but it was the JSON. It was the JSON that was passing. And then I have to resolve it, right? So boom, that worked. Oh, thank God, Jesus. So now when I let me remove these shenanigans, right? And then when I take these away, it stays there, and then I can take that away, and it goes away. Okay, and you can't really lock. You can't lock a drawer. Yeah. There we go. That took care of that. The question mark is a null check, by the way. It's essentially looking at this, and if this is not null, then it does this. If it is null, it just ignores it. Okay. One down. We have one down. So the other issue, and I'm all obviously like there could be many edge cases. There could that's up for people to test. If I tried to test every possible iteration of every possible thing, I would be here a while. And nobody would ever get a mod because it would, you can test infinitely. People are reporting issues with, power stuff and things, and I'm gonna have to look at that. That's gonna take a lot more concentration than what I can do now. The rest of this week is taken up by birthday parties and people visiting from out of town and all of that kind of stuff. So it's going to be a busy week. Okay, so let's grab. I didn't think I had that much stuff in there. Okay. So let me grab some trim. And do some of this. Give block vintage drawers drawer trim. Okay. Okay, and then we right click this. There is a thing you can do, I think, to let's just no. I may want to make. Give me that back. There it is. It was placing it because it couldn't do that. So you can see I interacted with it, and now the connected drawers is 3. 1, 2, 3. So if I let's go to drawer block. What should we like? Here's a good question. What should trigger the controller from like looking for more drawers? Right now you can see the last scan is it just is like counting this up. And I think it's and I hear machinery out the back because, of course, I mean, it's Wednesday. It's been quiet for a week. A week. No noise. And I stream, and boom, there's something going like lawnmower or something every time. Okay, so the scan drawer controller block entity. The scan. Discover network, we have probably an initialize and yeah, the try insert stack. So when you try to insert stuff, it's going to call it. But I think unblock placed. So when you place the drawer block, it does it, obviously. If there's 0 drawers in it and you're looking at it, then it tries to grab it. That might be a problem. It's an expensive call. But it's only when the drawer count is 0. This is the try insert stack, and this is initialize. Okay, so if we go to let's see. This is the thing. I know I have a last discovery. Okay, yeah. Last discovery cooldown. Now minus this equals discovery cooldown milliseconds. Which is 2000. It's every 2 seconds. I'm gonna bump that up. I'm gonna make it every 8 seconds. Yeah. Every 2 seconds, because remember, it's trying to trigger that every time you put something into the drawers, right? So if enough time has gone by, you could have been adding drawers, you could have been doing all sorts of things. And then you go and try to put something into the thing. It is going to it would trigger like much earlier. But as you're adding drawers, 8 seconds go by, then you go to try to put stuff in, it's going to immediately try to discover that network again and spider out and find all the drawers. because it doesn't sync and save the drawers, right? So the drawer controller, nor am I building it so the drawers themselves know where the drawer controller is. Like, the drawers are just the drawers. They just are chilling, storing some stuff. That's all they care about. The controller goes out and finds them, right? The controller does have a connected drawers list. It's like, hey, I have a list of connected drawers. To find that list, right, which is not saved to disk, to find that list, it has to go out and discover them, which is where that trim comes in, because of all of the blocks, drawers and trim are the only blocks that extend that visibility, okay? Which goes out 16 blocks, which will eventually be a configurable value for the server, right? So servers would be able to shrink or grow that as they need. But if you leave the area and stuff unloads, right? I need to basically determine whether or not stuff is loaded. So let me pull up a little helper class that I have. This is for vintage engineering, but I need similar gubbins for this. Jesus, quit. Add class drawer helpers. Public static class. And I'm just going to straight up grab that. All it does is check, is the chunk loaded? And then this one, these are just really nice helper functions. Is chunk loaded radius determines, hey, is the radius around me chunk loaded, right? So you give it a block position and then you give it a radius. And the radius is saying, hey, let's go out a chunk size, right? If you set radius to 0, I'm going to do a little if radius equals 0 is chunk loaded world at position. There. If radius is a very special case, I'm gonna actually update my my vintage engineering one, because that's important. Now I don't think I have much else to do here, so okay, so that's good. I can put that away. Okay. So yeah, that'll determine whether a chunk is loaded. Okay. So now we go to drawer controller block entity, discover network. Let's see. Try insert stack. There it is. Try insert stack. We do a discover network, but again, it's not. The discover network has a delay, so it's not always going to try to do that. Drawer be drawer get block entity. So I want to connect to drawers. If drawer helpers dot is chunk loaded of position, and then if not, continue. Why? Oh, I need the world. API.world. Okay, so this will check, hey, is this chunk loaded? If not, then continue. Skip it. I don't even want to look at it. Right? And this, why the reason I'm doing this, because normally a person would be standing in front of the drawers, right? You're standing in front of the drawers trying to insert a stack. So obviously it's going to be loaded. Where this call is important is when automation and you have pipes. When you have pipes trying to insert into this stuff, like it's trying to, let's say it's trying to insert into a drawer system, right? You have a drawer controller and you have a pipe trying to insert into the thing. Well, that is a, that's an important thing, because you could be you have left the area and that pipe is, that pipe is still trying to push, or it could be a chute, it could be a chute too, trying to push into the drawer controller or eventually the drawer IO. And if there's a drawer that's not loaded and it tries to put something into it, that's a problem. That would crash. So this call to see is the chunk loaded, that's an important call. So I need to do that down here as well as here. Because it has to iterate through the drawers multiple times, because there has to be priority. It's saying, hey, priority 1 is there already a drawer with this? Okay. Priority 2, right? Drawers that are not locked but also have it. Locked drawers doesn't matter, but I could fiddle with this a little bit, make it more efficient, but we have to know, because we don't inherently know which drawers have what things. So we have to look at them 3 times. But because the radius of the drawer controller is like 16, there's a maximum number of drawers that you could possibly have. And, it's a finite list to iterate through. A 16 radius is still pretty big, right? You're looking at a 33 by 33 sphere, essentially, around the controller. 33 blocks by 33 block sphere. It's not a square, it's a sphere. I could make it a square, but a square would hold more, obviously. So try insert stack. I need to look at that. Try insert stack. Let's go to that. I've already got that. Okay. Where's the player inventory? Is that player inventory? Okay, I'm just calling the try insert stack. That's good. Okay. So, that works. Now I need to integrate the void upgrade, which was for me an important one. The void upgrade was important. So that would be under the drawer and the can accept. Same item has space. Okay. So here
if not has space, I need to do a call. I need to do a call to say, hey, do I have a void upgrade? Right? All this rendering stuff. It works and I don't want to touch it. I don't even want to think about it. It does what it needs to do, and it I don't even want to think about it. Right? I can strip out all this phase 2 stuff because these drawers are not double-sided and they never will be. It's just how the cookie crumbles. Sorry, but they're never going to be double-sided. So I can do that down the road when I have a little bit more time. Get stored max stack size. Get stored item slot. Okay, I need to say, man, another one. Try take. Try put all. Try put. Okay, public bool has void upgrade. Okay, so, the inventory for if inventory dot empty return false. That's right. Okay. If the inventory is completely empty, there's literally nothing in the drawer, right? Then it's obviously that there's no void upgrade. Okay, so for int x equals 1, x is less than 9. I mean, it is what it is. X plus plus. The drawers are hard coded to 8 inventory slots. So index 1 through 8 is the inventory slots. Okay. If inventory of x dot empty continue. So we want to do bool has void equals false. Return has void. So now we say else, let's say, I know I can do this in like one long ass line. So we go like has void equals inventory of x dot item stack dot collectible dot code dot path dot contains void. Okay, this has to have a question mark, and this says false. It's a null check, and if the null is true, then return false. Okay, so if the path contains the word void, which I should, if I look at the drawer upgrades here, you can see the variants include the word void. These are the only things that are allowed to go in those upgrade slots, right? Because of the storage flags. So the storage flags dictate like, hey, these are the things that go in there. Now, a mod could add, right? They could add things in here. They would have to, like, you could add new upgrade tiers, right? If you wanted a titanium tier or some fancy super duper crazy creative tier, you could do that, and then all you need to do is do the attributes. You would add, you would add a line. You would add something to the bottom of this. Stack equals true. Multiplier equals, whatever. I don't anticipate anybody needing over a diamond, though. You saw how many goddamn items that a diamond, like full diamond, is like 200 million items. That's enough. That's enough. If you filled a drawer with 200 million of something, what are you doing with your life? Like, seriously. Okay. So, yeah. And then there's one on here that I didn't add it initially. I didn't want to because I didn't see a need for it. But magnet was the other possible upgrade I could think of. But a magnet, like, you put a drawer down and you put a magnet in it. Like, what are you actually dropping? Like, you shouldn't be dropping anything on the ground. There's the mob drops and stuff are not really. Mobs drop more than one thing. Right, so you're not killing a creeper and getting gunpowder. You're getting a bunch of stuff. So magnet upgrades for a drawer doesn't really make sense, and you can't put upgrades in a controller. So it is what it is. Okay, so this is basically all of the upgrades, and the void word is actually what we're looking at there. So if the inventory.itemstack.collectible.code.path contains the word void, that's true. Okay. And this question mark here should never fire because we're already checking whether it's empty. So if we're in here, then the inventory has something in it and this null check is irrelevant. But we still want to look at the actual thing to see, hey, it's a void upgrade, right? And another modder could add their own special type of void upgrade, right? And all they need to do is put the word void in the in the code, and it would work the same way. Now, I don't know why you would do that, but it is what it is. Okay, so if has void break. Okay, so break is different from continue. Break says don't even continue with the for loop. We found it, right? We found it. You don't need to process anymore. If the void is true, break and then return it. Now, I could just, if has void is true, like if this is true, then just return true, right? I could do that. That's just, I breaks out of this and then returns the true. So this has void upgrade is going to be important, because now I can use it, in a few different places. So somewhere in here is a call that says, "Hey, do I have more space?" On player interact. It's been a while since I've coded all of this. So on player right click is allowed. Okay, is allowed. This is an important one. Let's get done with the sanity checks. Stored item stack. Block container. What is this doing? Oh, this is checking specific things. Yeah, it can't take perishable. It can't take stuff with temperature. But so is allowed is like if inventory.empty, if not empty, and stack size equals max stack size, return false. Okay. If has void upgrade, return true, else return false. Right? If we have the void upgrade, we're checking to see if something is allowed. Okay. If this.inventory.empty, if it's not empty and the stack size equals the max stack size, right? Normally it would return false. It's not allowed. But this one is like, is there a void upgrade? And if there is a void upgrade, then it is allowed, right? So toggle drawer lock, update inventory, install upgrade. Yeah, I need to tier equals pull. Tier equals null. We'll need to do that. I need to use the bathroom really quick. And I can't think straight when I have to. So, wow, this is a long function. What the hell does this? Oh, this is gen mesh data. I need to use the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back. Okay. Update inventory. Yeah, that's another rendering thing. Yep, that's another rendering thing. That's another rendering thing. Get auto pull from slot. Returns that. Get auto push into slot. Always returns that. You cannot automate the insertion of upgrades. Flat, not gonna happen. Right? The auto push into auto pull from slot are only the actual bulk item slot. That's all that you're given. Okay, so it's just not gonna. It'd be too much shenanigans to try to insert things, and I just too many edge case bugs that would pop up. Because what if you want to store? What if you have an automation that you're creating the upgrades, and you want to store those automatically? What? How do you determine, like, hey, do they go in the upgrade slots or do they go in the actual bulk slot? Like, I don't know. Okay, so on slot modified, update capacity. Unreceived client packet. Try take. Okay, so we have where's my drawer block? On interact. On player interact. There it is. Okay. So, let's do a straight up bool has void equals has void upgrade. Okay. So now we have a Boolean, like, hey, do we have a void upgrade? Now we can look at all the things. So we have try put all. We have toggles, right? If we have a key in our hands, lock, label, and value, those are relatively not non-functional yet. Especially because I'm not syncing these values, the toggle values, I'm not syncing those yet to the client, which would actually toggle the labels, right? So try put all and try put so that's relatively non-useful. I don't see any actual like item slot. I see try put and try put all. So let's go to try put. Okay. Bulk slot. Try take from. Okay. I might need to pass whether or not int quantity equals 1. So I kind of flipped the script a little bit on how the inventory works. In the base game, a slot, right, tries to give another slot items. Okay, so let's say I have a mouse slot, or I'm shift clicking an inventory slot, and I try to push stuff into another slot. The call is this slot tries to put into the other slot. Okay, which makes sense. You're trying to put something in it. The problem is the logic of whether or not a slot can hold something is calculated on the source slot. So my source slot is saying, hey, can that slot take my item? Well, the problem with that is the math behind whether or not a slot can take my item is not based on the source slot. It should be based on the sync slot, because it's the sync slot that's getting the item, right? The source slot should not be calculating whether or not it can take it. So I flip that around and I say, can the bulk slot, right, the big slot, can it take that item? And then the math associated with whether or not it can take it, I ignore the stack size of the item, right? But it's only possible because of that flip. I'm ignoring the size of the source slot. I'm saying the source slot is irrelevant to whether or not I have enough space, because the bulk slot determines whether it has enough space. The source doesn't care. The source has an item. It wants to give me an item. It's up to the receiving slot to actually calculate, can I take this item? I don't know why the game calculates that on the source. Like the source, it should not matter what the source can take. Like it shouldn't matter. The slots are different, because the base game assumes everything is the same kind of slot. It just assumes this is all slots behave the same. And I'm coming in going, no, the slot should control. The actual slot should control it. It should not be the source that controls it. It's the receiving slot that should control it. So I flip it and I say try take from. So the bulk slot, I'm basically passing it which slot it's coming from and how many that it wants to move. Normally they're either one or the stack, right? Whatever amount is in the stack. So the bulk slot is saying, hey, can I take this? Well, with this void upgrade, I am going to need to tell the slot, right? I need to tell the slot, hey, do you have a void upgrade? Okay. So I can either pass that in here or try put all. It's probably going to call the same. Yeah, it's going to try the same try put, right? Which is what this is. So it's going to try the same call. Because the base game is like try put. Like I have a slot. I have like my hotbar slot, and I want to put a stack in. So I'm trying to put it in, and then this call flips that and says, "Hey, can my bulk slot take what you're trying to put in? Right? Can it take?" So it's like, yes, it can. Boom. Like give it to me. Put bulk. Do I even? Yeah. From slot dot stack size. So it's bulk says, hey, the whole stack. So this try take from is actually in the slot. So item slot expandable is my custom slot, and this we've got some other work to do here. So this try take from, okay. This we are going to need. This reference is 183, which is this reference right here. So this would be bool has void equals false. Okay. So then we come back to here and we pass has void. Right? So if we have a void upgrade, that's going to be true. So we're passing true. Okay. So now we go back to the slot, wherever that might be. Where's my slot? There it is. And we want to come up here and we say bool has void equals false. And then we pass has void. So now this is where the meat and potatoes of the whole mod is. This function is really where the rubber hits the road. So this has void, right? Can contain can contain inventory can contain can contain. I know I'm not overriding this. I need to look at that can contain and I need to see if that is inventory generic. It might be inventory base. Yeah, I need to do inventory base. Can contain max content dimensions. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Max content dimensions. Size. Will check against the collectible dimensions and deny placement if too large. I don't think I have ever seen max content dimensions. I don't think I've ever seen anything use this. Set. Used. Overridden. Smelting. Huh. So I don't really know. Analyze. Overridden by. Yeah, inventory smelting. Okay, so I don't know what uses inventory smelting in the game, but this is obviously like not Anyway. So yeah, I don't know what this can contain does. If this item cycle is null, then do a bunch of gubbins. Okay, so we need to moved quantity. Try merge stacks. Item stack move operation. Okay. Because this item stack merge operation, right, we are building based on these slots. Can take from slot that can take, from slot that item stack. Can contain, we just learned, is largely irrelevant. Item stack equals null, which means this individual slot is empty, so that's, again, not really relevant. Item stack merge operation, this takes the item stack move operation and turns it into a merge. Try merge stacks. I need to then pass has void. Okay. We've fallen down the rabbit hole, right? We've plinked off several functions and objects, but we finally got where these things actually do the thing, right? So get mergeable quantity. Item stack, source slot, current priority. Get mergeable quantity. Is that? Oh Lord, look how long that function is. Get mergeable quantity. I don't think I am overriding that. Oh, I am. Okay. Yes. Get mergeable quantity does check the stack size. Okay. So I need to do bool has valid or has void. And this one, yeah. So we want to do that thing again where we take this and we say get mergeable quantity. Okay. So this now has void. Because we need this movable quantity. We need this to return the right quantity. So we come up here again. Where does this movable quantity mass.min stack size? Whatever. Get mergeable quantity. There it is. Okay, so we want to take this out. Okay. So this is saying if the collectible dot equals, okay, that's one check. Then we want to say if not has void. Okay, return oh, that's an int. If okay, I gotta get the logic in my head straight again. My brain just kind of frizzled a little bit. Okay. Get mergeable quantity. We come in here, stink stack dot equals. So that checks to make sure the things that we're checking are actually the same thing, right? We're not checking granite versus limestone, right? Because that's that would be a problem. So if the items are equal, we come in here and say, all right, if we don't have the void upgrade, if not has void, right, and if sync stack dot stack size, sync stack is the bulk, dot stack size is less than max slot stack size, right, which means we have space. We don't have the void upgrade, but we have space. Oh. Cat's not even in the room and I got a cat hair in my mouth. So then we need to return this. Okay. We return max slot stack size minus the stack size, or just the stack size, whichever one of those, right, is the minimum. Because max slot stack size minus stack size might be less than how many we're actually trying to merge. Else, okay, if we have a void, okay, then we need to return source stack dot stack size. We are literally, if we have a void upgrade, we can take the whole stack, just the whole thing. If we have a void upgrade, it doesn't even matter how many are in the slot. In general, we like whatever that is. Get mergeable quantity is the stack size that we're trying to push in. Now, if they don't equal, obviously return 0. Mergeable quantity would be 0. If item stack does not equal null, what is this? Can take from. Can take from. Has void. Try merge stacks. What is this? Can take from. Get mergeable quantity. Can take from 161. I want to pass bool has void equals false. Why do you complain? Oh! That's an override. So what? Yeah, this is an important one. This is an important one to do. This one distracted me. This is the one that we need, right? Can take from is an important one, but it's an override, so we cannot redefine. We can't redefine the parameter list, right? It's just like it is. But hopefully we can set a variable into this. And I don't think there's such a thing as yeah, I don't know. Activate slot, left click, middle click, right click. What? How does the inventory... Let's look at the inventory again. Inventory base. 2 tree attributes. So that means 2 tree attributes. Slots, 2 tree attributes. So this is the thing that's actually builds the tree. Okay. What that's slots from tree attributes. Slots to tree attributes. Okay. That item stack, set item stack, slots tree, dot set item stack. This is not a virtual. So this is the thing, remember, this is the thing that goes through all the slots, right? And it's literally outputting, remember, this is where the savings is. If you had a drawer with 50,000 slots in it, or 50,000 stacks, this would literally iterate through all 50,000, and it would just, it's setting quantity, like how many slots we have, and then it's just iterating, and it's just building this giant JSON tree of all the item stacks. So slots to tree attributes is not a virtual, but slots from tree attributes is. Right? Virtual means I could override it. I would have to roll my own inventory, which I really don't want to do. I was hoping that the item, like I could override something in the slot, right? But this is just grabbing the item stack. This is not doing anything but just iterating through all the item stacks. So it's not the slot that actually manages it. It's the item stack in the slot, which is not something I can really easily do. So yeah, how am I gonna? Can take from. Right, so if we go up to wherever that is, source item stack, get mergeable quantity. God, I wish I could fiddle with this. Whether or not I'm really hoping I can do that. Otherwise, we're, for item stack. For stack to collectible the max stack size times num slots. Oh man. If has void. Return for item stack dot stack size. This is like why there are some weird edge case bugs in mods, because it's like these little quirks. Like when you override a function, you cannot augment that function. I could not add, right, a Boolean parameter to this because this is an overridden virtual function from a base class. So I can't just add to it. So I have to like try to work around it. So this is referenced in like several different places. Try take from. Try take from. Get remaining slot space. Yeah, that's fine. So I already set this on both of the where these are called, right? Can take from get remaining slot space, right? So I set this variable in here, and then hopefully it persists, but I really hope it doesn't persist across all of the different drawers, just this one, right? Item slot expandable. Do I have attributes associated with this? This dot attributes. I mean, I could look at the inventory, right? So instead of doing this, three unresolvable conflicts. Where? Rename. Has. Get. If inventory equals null, return false. For int x equals 1, x is less than 9, x plus plus. I basically have to, I mean, it's kind of like, it sucks, but I have to basically replicate this. Well, let's just do this. It sucks, but I basically have to iterate through because I didn't choose to make a custom inventory, which I should have done from the start. I very much regret not doing that now. Right. I didn't create a custom inventory, so I have to iterate through it again. If I would have made a custom inventory, I would have just put this call in the inventory, right? The inventory object, right? Based on inventory base or inventory generic. And then I would have added that function, and it would just been like, this is the inventory. So I could do all of the calls. But no, I didn't do that because I thought it was going to be simpler than that, but it ended up not being. So what this is doing now is saying, do I have a void upgrade in this for this slot, right? This is the bulk slot. So has void upgrade is not looking at this slot, is looking at the inventory that contains this slot. So it's like, and I'm banking on the inventory being, a total of 9 slots from 0 to 8. So I'm looking at 1 to 8, which is the 8 slots for the upgrades. And it's just saying, hey, if any of those slots have the void upgrade, then that's true. So has void now doesn't even need to be passed. Okay. So I don't even need to pass this. So I can remove that. I can remove that. I can remove this and this. That. Okay. And then my drawer block entity is going to have a bunch of problems right there. And why is this? Oh. Yeah, it does. What? Oh, I didn't finish this. If not has space, can accept item stack. Same item has space. If not has space and has void, has space equals true. Right? If it, like, this can accept, this is checking the drawer, right? If this drawer can accept more of an item, if it's the same item and has space. Well, if it doesn't have space, but it has a void upgrade, then it technically has space. So, same item and has space, I'm returning same item and has space, right? True and true equals true. Although, does this... Can somebody, like... What does this return if both are false? If has item... Or same item, sorry. If same item is false and has space is false. If false and false, I'm going to say that's false. I hope. Right? I'm going to hope that false and false is false. But true and true is true. I hope. Let me just do a quick Google. In C#, if a function return value and value 2, and both are false, does the function return true? Okay. Yes. If they're both false, it's false. Thank God. I thought I saw that and I was like, my brain, like, I questioned it. I was like, is that a thing? Okay. So that works. So that should maybe possibly do a thing. So we need to do, let's see. I know that there is a, like, upgrade or try or something. Update inventory tier. If tier does not equal, okay, so this is stack. So this is checking, is this a stack upgrade? Tier is checking the tier of the upgrade, which is what's looking in here, right? Tier is the actual code of the variant. Okay. So tier would be copper, bronze, blah, 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 blah. Void, push, pull. So if it's void, push, or pull, then I set tier to null because it's not a tier upgrade, it's an inventory upgrade. Tier does not equal null. And tier does not equal this, not equal this, not equal this. So if tier is void, tier equals void, this is false. So tier does not equal null. Installed tier. If installed tier does not equal null, I need to like step through this. So update inventory is called where? Why doesn't this try to upgrade? Yeah. Okay. Try to upgrade is called from 71, which is right above here. Check for upgrade item is called from up here. On block interact start. Okay. So I have to sneak right click. Or not. I not sneak right click. Oh, wait. If not sneaking. So sneak is true, then this is false. Sneak is false, it's true. Then it returns false. So I have to be sneaking. But no, no. If we're sneaking, if sneak is true, then return false, yeah. Because sneak right-clicking a drawer with an upgrade should store the upgrade, not apply it. Right? We have to have a way of storing the upgrade. Okay, let's see what happens. We've done a lot of fiddly little changes here and there, so it's going to be... Because I want to test on a void upgrade, right? When we have a void upgrade, does the control, like, does it behave properly? Because a void upgrade is kind of important. So if you have like a drawer that has like sawdust in it, and you don't really have a use for sawdust, like, can we so can I, for one, yes, okay, so I can store them, which is good. So now I should be able to right click it and upgrade this. So there's no upgrades in it now. Right clicking that, tier is null. Okay. Because it's a stack upgrade. Okay. So now if we look, boom, it's in there. And it was indeed updated. Okay. So that worked. Now I need a lot of stacks of stuff. I need to do a void upgrade, which for some reason it's not showing what it needs. There should be an X on it. I don't know why it's not showing that. Give item vintage drawers drawer upgrade dash void 5. Yeah, there should be an X. Right? There should be an X on it. Maybe this is flipped around. Oh, no, there it is. You see it? You see the X on it? I don't know why you can't see it here. Huh. So we want to... Oh my God, just do it once. Oh my God, it put all 5 of them in there. Jesus. I can't debug mouse clicks. It's not possible. Why is it not possible? Why does it keep calling it over and over and over again? Right? It just keeps calling it. But this, I need to iterate through the upgrade slots. Installed tier. Okay. I'm looking at my logic here. Installed tier equals inventory collectible variant tier. Thanks, Visual Studio. Like, one reference. Oh, it's up to you to determine where that reference is, because we don't know. Well, why is that broken? Why is that broken? Please tell me why that's broken for just this one. Why is that broken? What actually puts the tier? What puts the thing in the thing? This puts update inventory. Called when sneak right clicking a drawer. No, that's not. Called when right-clicking a drawer. Okay. Iterate through the upgrade slots. Yeah, I need to save and leave. We need to. This is not. I honest to God don't know why is that. Give me that. Why is this? Try to upgrade. Check for upgrade item. On block interact start. Return true. How did the upgrade actually get in there? yeah, I'm returning true, but at nowhere does that actually get pushed into the slot. How did all of those end up in that? Oh my god. Update inventory, please. Can I just save all? Iterate through the upgrades. I think I need to redo this. This is just bad. So we have a tier. We have an item in the hand, right? We have the upgrade item in the hand. Now we're looking at the inventory, right? We're saying, hey, if it's a special item, avoid, push, or pull. If any of those are right, that's when we're in this tier does not equal null. When tier equals null, that means we don't have an actual special item, and that's what runs this one down here. It just grabs the first empty slot and shoves the upgrade in it, okay? This one is saying, I need to check the items first. So we're going to do bool has upgrade equals false. Has upgrade, oh, Jesus. Has upgrade equals inventory of x dot empty question mark false colon inventory of x dot item stack dot collectible dot equals equals I hate this call. I hate it. I hate it with such a passion. Equals. Then I have to pass it this stack again, even though I'm calling it on a stack. I have to pass it this stack again, which is mind-blowing. So equals, okay, inventory of x dot item stack, okay, there, and then other stack is upgrade item dot item stack, okay, and then ignore stack. I thought ignore stack attribute. Ignore stack. All right. In here, I do a dot equals in a couple different places. If I can find them. Yeah, this is where I wanted to do some work here. There it is. Global I knew that there was something. Global constants dot ignored stack attributes. Thank you. Have a nice day. Why are you complaining? Oh Jesus. You know what? Forgive. Nullable, like, I'm on the fence about the noble thing. It is useful, but my God, is it crazy strict. As it should be, but it's really frustrating sometimes. So the exclamation point is just saying we can ignore that. So active hotbar slot, again, we want to make sure that inventory of X, we're checking the upgrade item. So has upgrade is inventory.empty is saying, hey, if this is empty, then return false. So has upgrade is false. If it's not empty, then do this call. Inventory of X.item stack to collectible dot equals inventory.x.item stack upgrade item stack. Check the stacks, see if they're equal. Okay. And then if has upgrade break okay. So if we get through all of that and has upgrade equals false still, that means we never found it. Okay. If has upgrade, if not has upgrade, okay. Then we need to find a place to put it. So for int x equals 1, x is less than 9, x plus if inventory of x dot empty inventory of x dot item stack equals upgrade item dot take out 1. Inventory of x dot mark dirty. Okay. Return true. Okay. It's just still like I don't know where this goes. Like I don't know where it goes. Like yeah, you do. It's literally right here. I don't understand why this one is like this, but this one is like, oh, here it is. Like why? I don't understand. Anyway. So try to upgrade. This goes try to upgrade. And this is just like all the way up to here. Return true. On block interact start. Okay, so now if we F5 single player hey the realm, how's it going? Sorry if I'm late. I was deep into the weeds in my brain. Okay. So let's remove this. Okay. And then right click this. It should add it. And then right clicking it in. Oh. Why? Why? That should not do the thing. Let's go drawer BE. If not has upgrade, else return false. If not has upgrade, return false. Okay. So let's remove. Okay. Add. Right click again. Damn it. Let's do this. Right click. Why didn't it do it? Oh, it did. What? Update inventory. Let's do that one. Right click again. Tier equals null. Is stack false? Tier equals null. Tier is void. Tier equals void. Should these be ands? Tier does not equal void, and tier does not equal push, and tier does not equal pull. Is that my gaff here? Let's do that again. We're gonna F5. Now tier is void. Okay. Has upgrade. Inventory of 1. Has upgrade equals true. Break. Has upgrade true. Return false. And that put the rest in there. And then grab this. Okay, so now test it again. Upgrade. Store. Okay. And then if I open this, yeah, see, I could manually do that, but, man. Okay, so let's grab these out. Okay. This is still 2048, so this is a... Do I have... Oh yeah, I need to do that before I get too deep into the weeds here. Okay. So, there's the 12.4. How many do I have left? I think I can do one more stack. There we go. So, that is now the maximum amount that I can hold. I cannot right click more here, and I cannot right click more here. So, now, let's grab one of these, put it in there. Now we have a void upgrade. Can we... Yeah, we can, but it shouldn't be actually increasing. Okay, so we need to fix that. The void upgrade should allow you to add it. It should essentially grab it, but essentially it goes into nothingness, right? So this would be in the drawer, I believe. Try take. I need to use the bathroom again. I'm not going to be able to concentrate. You can sit here and stare at my drawers. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's eat some cheese. Now, we need to figure out where we're going to cheese. Okay, so try take. This is pulled from 332, which is the pack. Like, yeah, this is where the gubbins happens here. So packet ID, left click. I want to do unreceived client packet. Where's the right click at? Some of this code, I basically, like, I've done this stuff so many times that you have to look at other objects. So a lot of this code is from my objects. A lot of it is from like the storage drawer or Better Crates mod. It's just like a mishmash. So I'm not 100% sure. When I take blocks, I'm doing an on player interact. Okay. Send block entity packet. Try put all. Okay. So try put. And try put all. Try take from. Try put all. Try put. So try put is the thing that manages it. So try take from is the actual thing that moves the material, I believe. So let's go to definition. This is coming up here. Okay. This here has void I don't need. Try merge stacks. So I can remove this. Okay. Now, moved quantity. I don't know the best way to tackle this. Right? We want to consume the item. Moved quantity is minimum value of all of these. Okay? So, movable quantity, which is get mergeable quantity. So this could be the function, like I worked on this. I just did this. So if this has a void, right? If it has a void upgrade, it returns the stack size of the get mergeable quantity. It's like, here's, you can at least take a stack. So movable quantity, if if there's a void upgrade, movable quantity will always be the source slot item stack size. Okay. Has temperature. What actually moves the things? Transition states. Blah blah blah. Can direct stack. Source slot. Dot item stack. Sync slot item stack equals null. Do temperature averaging. Do transition averaging. There it is. Okay. Custom has void behavior. Okay. If this, oh no, op.sync slot dot item stack dot stack size equals, well, yeah, damn it. Int empty space equals op.sync slot dot max slot stack size minus, no, max slot stack size minus op.dot sync slot dot stack size. Okay. If empty space equals 0 and has void. Okay. So, oh man, if empty space these are literally the two calls that move the stacks. That's what this does. You know, if the sync slot is empty, then it does it up above here. It actually sets the item stack and stuff. That's fine. It literally does a new blah 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 sync slot. If sync slot.item stack equals null, sync.item blah blah blah, and for some reason, it sets it to 0, right? So it sets the stack to a size 0, to a quantity of 0, and then it literally adds, the quantity into it, right? And that's only if it's empty. This is saying empty space, meaning sync slot, max slot stack size minus the stack size that's in it, gives me the empty space. So if empty space is less than or equal to op.source_slot.stack size. Okay. So if empty space is less than or equal to, no, let's see, less than or equal to. Yeah. No. If empty space, I'm trying to think of the logic in my head here. If the amount of space we have empty is less than less than the stack size of the source slot. Okay. So if it's less than the stack size that we're trying to put in, or should I look at moved quantity? Because I've done all of the moved quantity shenanigans up here. Or should I look at moved quantity? This right here is setting it. Whatever the minimum value is. The movable quantity, the requested quantity, or the remaining slot space, which could be enormous. That's the moved quantity is set. So I should actually check the moved quantity, not op dot moved quantity. Because that is how much we're trying to move. Which, if it has a void upgrade, will always be the slot size, or always be the stack size of whatever's in the slot that we're trying to move. So that's always going to be, if there's a void upgrade, it's always going to at least be the stack size. But our empty space, we might have less space than a single thing. Because of that has void call on get remaining slot space. Right? This, if we have a void upgrade, will always be a stack. Movable, right? Again, this one we might do the same thing, right? So requested, it's only when requested is less than a stack size that this would actually be triggered. So I want to do int remainder, let's say to move equals remainder op.moved quantity minus empty space. Right? This is how much we are removing from the move. Like, we have moved quantity, but we only have X empty space. So the remainder is like how much we have left. Do we even need that? We might not even need that value. So if we have a void upgrade, does this return anything? Nope. Okay. If empty space is less than moved quantity and has void, let's see. Now we need to op.sync.itemStack.stack size plus equals empty space. Yeah, I don't think we need this, honestly. So we add up to the empty space. We say we're only going to up to the space that's in it. And then op.sourceSlot dot take out I don't know why this doesn't do the takeout here. Op.moved quantity. So we're taking out everything, but we're only adding how much empty space there is. Okay. And then we want to do else. If empty space, should I do less than or equal to here? Would it hurt anything? I don't think it would hurt anything. Because if empty space is equal to the moved quantity, it's going to add empty space and it's going to take it out. The same thing is done. Otherwise, if empty space is much, much greater than moved quantity, then it's going to move it no matter what. So, yeah. I think I just want to do this again. I don't know why these stack size shenanigans happen, and then there's a thing that the take out, right? When you do a dot take out, it literally sets it to null, right? If stacks the thing is already done, but I don't know why this mergeable quantity, right? Which is virtual here. Try merge stacks. I don't know why I do it this way. I could probably comment this out and then just do dot take out. Dot take out. Right? Because the dot take out, yeah, it returns a stack, but I've already got it. I don't need it again. And if the quantity is equal to the stack size, it already does the take out whole, which just kind of nullifies, right? It just kind of nullifies it. But then it just eliminates, right? It's already sets the stack size to null. The item stack to null, right? So stack size item stack equals null. It is what it is. So I don't know. I don't know why I did that. Okay, so now this thing, if we have a void upgrade, and only if we have a void upgrade, are we going to try? This is literally, we're taking out less than we're putting in. Okay, so empty space might be 0. Right? Empty space, max slot stack size, minus this, might be 0. So if 0 is less than, let's say, a stack, and has void, well, that's true. So it comes in here, sync slot.item stack, well, it's going to add 0. Doesn't matter. Source slot, we're taking out the full thing. Right? We're taking everything out. So this should work. There it is. Okay, so we have 12.8. Let's just take one of these, put it in there. That's good. This, if we take this out here, and we try to put this, it doesn't take it. But we put that in there, and now I should be able to put this in. This number won't go up, right? But this will disappear. Boink. And I can take that out again, and it goes down. Right? It's not actually in there. And I can take another one of these out, put that in there, and it doesn't do it. How about the controller? Does the controller do it? Controller does it. And I felt a cat on my leg. That means, guess what? Do you want the mousey? You want the mousey? Go get it. That was a bad throw. That's so hard. There's no weight to it, so it's really hard to throw. Really, really hard to throw. Okay. So that worked. Now the problem is, like, why? Well, It's not actually okay. That fixed it. Okay. How about I do this? Yep, that works. Let's take those out. Let's unlock that. And that and that. Good. And lock. And take. And put. Take. Take. Put. Put. Excellent. I love when stuff works. I do. I love when stuff works. It's very, very nice. So you can see this last scan, 18, 19, 20. If I hook these up with some trim, right? If I hook those up with some trim and I interact with this, it's going to recalculate, and this should immediately see 3 drawers. Boink. There is 3 drawers. Because more than 8 seconds had passed, right? That last scan, I can remove that. It's just a thing that's ticking up. I can remove that and say, hey, it would be invisible to players, but that would have to be at least 8, right? It would have to be at least 8 seconds to sort of verify that. So yeah, that works. Now, the other things and stuff, key, label / give item, minted drawers, drawer, key, or dash, label, as well as value. While I have it. So these keys are actually different in design. The teeth. I made the teeth all different. Just, whatever. Whoever notices that is great. But I don't think they do anything. Right? They don't do anything right now. Yeah, we're like update now. Thanks. How about you update when it's closed? So we can close that. Drawer, block entity, toggle. Oh, first, we have toggle drawer lock. I already saw that. Label. So label enabled and value enabled. So I need to actually, believe it or not, sync those. I'm going to save and leave because this is going to be a bigger change than just something basic. So we want to do tree.set bool is label enabled. God, stop. Tree.set bool value enabled. Stop. Label enabled equals tree.get bool label enabled false. That's actually true. Value enabled equals tree.get bool value enabled true. The true is just defaults, right? If the tree doesn't if that value doesn't exist in the tree, just default it to true, right? Because something weird happened. So now when we go up and we have this on tessellation, should draw mesh. Okay. This value I think defaults to true. I think it always defaults to true. Yeah. It was early in my programming, and I was just like, I need something. I know I'm going to be able to, turn them on and off, but I need to set that. So what controls it? Instead of should draw mesh, I'm going to change this to label enabled. Okay. Now, because the mesh, what it's actually doing, right? The mesh that it's adding is the mesh of the little icon, right? So this thing always returns false, which means it's adding the default mesh, right? So it's always adding the base drawer mesh. It's just adding that mesh onto it. Okay? So this here is saying, hey, if label enabled, draw the mesh. Now the value, which is a separate thing here. Did you bring back the mousey? Go get the mousey. You know how this works, Luce. If it is in my cone of vision, if that mousey, if I can see it, she just assumes that I'm going to walk across the room and grab it. Now, if I throw it around the corner, right, if it bounces down the corner and I can't see it, then she'll bring it usually right up to my chair. But if I can see it, she doesn't bring it to me. She just is like, hey, can you throw it again? It's all the way across the damn room, but hey, I'm not going to bring it to you if you can see it. It's the weirdest mental Boolean operation I've ever seen. If I can see it anywhere, then she won't bring it back to me. Right? She won't go and grab it. It's weird. Like, so somehow she can understand what I can and cannot see. Because if it's around the corner down the hall, then she'll like bring it to me. But if right now it's across the room against the wall, I can see it. She will not bring it to me. Even though it's across the room. It's weird. It's like she has just enough brain cells to be just barely functional. Okay, now lock to stack, main mesh, blah, 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 blah. Label render does not equal null. If label enter does not equal null. Lock draw. Okay. Draw like icon. If label render does not equal null. Update mesh. If label render does not equal null. Label enabled. Boom. Label enabled. Excellent. So, I already included that here. So now I'm actually passing that back and forth. So value enabled, I need to, instead of label enabled, I need it to be value enabled. Somewhere, there it is. Right? Value enabled, value enabled. Lock draw icon equals locked. The lock icon, I more or less will always render. Just so people know that it's, it's a thing that's locked. There's like actually something in it. Now, when it deals with the rendering stuff, oh man, it's gnarly. It's not my forte, not my ballywick, all those crazy words. Okay, so values, that should... Why? That works. That one doesn't. Oh, there it is. Take that away, take that away, take that away, take that away. Okay. Now I need to go to the controller block. Somebody jumped in the lap. Oh my goodness, the lap goblin. Oh, the lap goblin squeeze. Yeah. Can you say hi to everybody? Can you say hi? No. Now she's shy. Okay. I need to know. I need to add a universal. Let's first gracefully exit. And go to the drawer controller. Now, the drawer controller oh my god. Oh, am I out? Yeah, I'm out of the object. Override to tree attributes. Override from tree attributes. Tree.add bool. Set bool. Oh, the chin. Scritches. Set bool. All locked. Well, locked. Remember, these are things not only client server sync, but also save to disk sort of things, right? So variables that you want on the client, you have to put in here, and variables that you want to save, you have to put in here. So the all locked flag is literally like when you right click a controller, when you place the controller down, the controller doesn't know whether or not stuff is locked. It's just gonna. It finds all the drawers, but it's going to assume not all of them are locked. Okay. When you right click the controller with the key, that like it defaults to false, right? It defaults to false. So it's like I'm trying to flip it to true. So it needs to like flip that to true. So all locked is false. So we need to Jesus. I should have brushed her while she was here. Okay. So we want to do public void toggle drawer key by play iPlayer player because we are going to call this from the block. We need to pass the player. Okay, it's like, hey, a player did the key thing. The key, the type of key, we'll do that in a second. Okay, so back here, we look at onBlock interact start. Now I need to include I need to include whether or not this try access. I need to respect block access when dealing with this. Otherwise, people are going to get into some shenanigans. And I think I do that also. On getting broken. I don't know what controls. If there's an event that's like on attempt to break or something like that, like is there something that's just an item slot block? Let's see, block. There's going to be many blocks. API.block. Block. God. Let's block entity. Block. There we go. I knew I was going to find it. Block. On getting broken. So there's no base calls. Like there's no calls to verify that a player has access to a block. Does that sound right to people? Can you break blocks regardless of whether or not a player has access to them? That seems to be an oversight to me. Anyway, that was a tangent. So you'd think like that you wouldn't allow like you wouldn't allow it. But I don't know where that call would be. So let's just kind of move on. So we are on Interact. So we have some sanity checks. By player, inventory manager, active slot is not null, controller, block entity is not null. Okay, so down here, we have active slot.empty, active slot.item stack is not null. Okay. So we need to do check for a key. If active slot dot item stack dot collectible dot code, that's nice, thank you for that. Code, I've literally never consumed crafting ingredients, never called that. Why does it assume that's the first thing I'm going to do? Can somebody tell me why IntelliSense defaults to that value instead of literally the one that I use the most often? Why does it default to some random function call that I've literally never used? I don't understand why IntelliSense has gotten worse. And actives, collectible, .code, .path, .contains, drawer, key. Okay. So we're saying, hey, we have a drawer key in our hands. Okay? Drawer key. Now, we don't care which key it is. We really don't. Not at this point. Not yet. Drawer controller contains drawer key. Now, we want to validate controller block entity dot key toggle drawer key by player. Okay. So it is saying this player, for one, we already validate they have access. Right? So they have access. And we toggle the drawer key. And because of that, we don't want to do anything else. Right? So we return likely true. Yeah, return true. Because we need to sync it with the server. The first thing that calls this is the client. The client comes in here and says, blah, do the thing. Depending on what we return here is whether or not it gets synced with the server. Right? So the client validates everything. And a return false, the server doesn't run the event. Otherwise, return true, the server runs the event and gets all the right data and then does the same exact calls, right? So you could detect if, like, world is client side, just return true. And then else do all the rest. That way, this code is only ever run on the server, right? for like validation and stuff. But there are certain reasons why you want the client to sort of verify stuff before the server gets it. But anyway, that's just a little description of why you have to be very careful about what you return here. Because if I returned false, the server would never get the event, and it would never call the thing, and the drawer would never, like, the drawer on the client would show, like, the label would disappear, but the very next time the server basically updates the client, that value would be reset, and you would lose the setting. It would go back to what it was, because the server never changed that value. Okay. So now we have the call. Now we go into the thing and we say, okay, we want to do string type. Let's see, key type equals by player dot inventory manager dot active hotbar slot dot item stack dot collectible dot variant of, what is the variant? Variant is type. Type. Okay. Let's do that. Because if they're in here, remember, we've already validated all the things, right? We've validated item active slot does not empty, active slot item stack exists. We've validated the player. All of that stuff has been validated before we ever come in here. So we don't need to revalidate all of that stuff. It's already done. So we grab the variant of what key they have in their hands. Current key types are lock, value, and I forgot. Lock, label, and value. Okay. So we do a switch on the key type. No. Key type. Okay. Case lock. What? Did you bring it? I don't see it over there. Oh, it's batted to the side. You need to go get the mousey. Go get it. I wish my microphone would pick it up. Oh, yeah, she's getting impatient. So now we need to basically iterate through Discover Network. Remember, that is already limited by the last update, so it will check when you do the key. It will check and build the list. So if connected drawers dot count was equals 0, return. We don't need to do anything unless we have some drawers to actually iterate through. Okay, how do I want to do this? Let me think about this. Let me think. Oh, wet nose on the arm. Thank you for that. Let me see my brush. Yeah, it's brush time. Oh my goodness. Oh, I wish I would stop scraping my damn ring on my desk. That would be nice. Literally just a few millimeters. My brain just hasn't. It's like I hit that on the desk so often. Jesus. Every time. So we have drawers, we have the key. Now I need to iterate through the drawers. I didn't want this to be ugly, but it's probably going to be ugly. For each block position drawer position in connected drawers. Drawer BE DBE equals world.blockAccessor.getBlock entity position. Come on. Drawer position. Thank you. All locked equals not locked. Man, did I make those fucking private? I did. Why would I do that? Why would I do that? I knew when I did these that I was going to have to call these from something else. Why would I make those? I don't understand why I would make those private. Toggle drawer lock. All locked. Break. Case. Let's do label first. dbe.toggle drawer label. All locked. Break. Case value. dbe.toggle drawer value. All locked. Break. I don't. Oh, man. I don't know how to best do this. Yeah, I hear the purrs, Luce. I do. I hear the purrs. Um, oh, man. How would I do this? First, I need to, if dbe does not equal null. That's important. God damn it. I had to draw stuff. Hmm. So if the first drawer is locked, all locked equals true. Which means when it comes in here, it will try to lock everything. But if you have a label, it'll try to it's trying to override. So it's going to true all of that. I'm trying to use one variable to manage three different things. This is where my brain just kind of melts. Right? So whether or not they're locked will control the label. The problem with this, you'll never be able to unlabel stuff. So what I want to do then is go all locked, not equals all locked. Oh. Equals not all locked. There we go. So grab the first one. If it's locked, right, all locked is true. Flip it to false. Then go in and do what you need to do with the drawers. Right? So that will, if it's locked, it'll go to false, which the toggle drawer label, it still doesn't work. Damn it. Like, basically, let's say the first one has the label enabled. Okay. So the label would be true. When you hit the controller with a key and the first one label is true, I want to set all of them to false. But I don't do that. I need to set all of them to true. I might have to change these function calls, right? I tried to be efficient. I tried to, if I pass in true for the override, if I pass in true, force all of them to be true. Because otherwise it toggles back and forth, right? If you pass false, it just toggles it from on to on or off to on, right? So it just toggles it back and forth. If the override is false. If the override is true, I just set it to true. Right? There is no toggle from I can't override to false. I just set it to, like, I just pass false, and if it's true, then it goes to false. The problem is I might have to rethink this. If connected drawers.count, I'll grab the first drawer. The lock state of the first drawer. Yeah, see the lock state. Then I was on top of that shenanigans. I was trying to control all the drawers, all the functions with a single variable, and I don't think I can do that. Right? So, how about we do this? Bool all label equals false. Bool all value false. Okay. Get block entity will return null. Okay. So let's remove that. And then if first one equals null, return. Just, I don't even want to look in here. If the block entity returns from the first drawer is null, then don't do a thing, because that is very, very bad. Otherwise, all locked equals first one dot locked. All label equals first one dot label enabled. Okay. All value equals first one dot value enabled. Okay. These are just publicly accessible variables of that private function. I'm not setting those in here. I'm just saying, hey, if the first drawer in the list, it doesn't matter what drawer it is, grab the lock state, the label state, and the value state. Okay. If it's true, then I want to set all label here, all value here. Right? If it's true, I've got a voice in the back of my head that's saying this is not right. Something about this is broken. Something about my logic is flawed here. So scenario 1, there's 2 drawers. Let's just do really simple, right? There's 2 drawers. Where's the first drawer and the second drawer? The first drawer, there's a label, it's locked, and there's a value, right? So all 3 of these are true. Label, locked, and value are all true. It comes in here and iterates through. The toggle, they're all true. The toggle, because it passes true, it forces drawer 2 to also be true. Okay? When we hit it again, they're still going to be true. Because we hit it again with the key, and this call, first one dot locked, first one dot labeled, these are all true again. Now it's going to pass true, and it's going to force. So you'll never toggle it off. So the all locked. So the second scenario, drawer 1, they're all false for drawer 1, for first drawer. Second drawer, they're all true. You hit it, first drawer, they're false. So it comes in here and it's false, false, false. Which means they're going to flip. Right? They're all false. Bool, all locked, equals false. I'm just thinking here. I want a variable that initializes to false or no. Should we initialize it to true? How would you do the logic on this? Toggle drawer lock, toggle drawer label, all locked, all label, all value. Because the problem is I have a locked value of true. When I go to hit it with the key again, it's going to return true. So I would have to flip that. So if the first drawer is false and I trigger it, it's swapped, right? So like all locked, if I set this maybe to not, okay, all locked is not locked, and drawer 1 is locked, then this is false. This goes to false, right? But drawer 1 is locked, so this toggles drawer 1 to unlock, drawer 2 would lock. Toggling it again, drawer 1 is locked, which turns it to false, which then sets it to false because it's locked. It sets it to false, then comes in here, not locked, which means it's true, which means this is true. How, like, what is the logic in order to flip that? Because I want to lock it. I think I have to pass the locked flag, like whether or not I want it locked. Right? I want to switch it. Take the first one. If it's locked, I want to unlock them all. If it's not locked, I want to lock them all. And vice versa. I think I have to update these. Bool to state equals. Yeah, let's just do override equals false. Bool to state equals false. Oh. Okay. So now in the controller, right, is override label enabled equals to state. Value enabled equals to state. Locked equals to state. Is override, if not locked, if is override force locked to state, if not locked, if locked, right, if it's true, if we're now locked, then set the item stack, right? Else locked, well, locked to stack equals null, right? Because now I am actually able to set it to false, right? Because locked is now getting set to state. If override is false, it doesn't look at it at all. It actually will toggle back and forth. That's normal behavior. But if override is true, then it will take that state value and say, what state do you want to override to? Okay. So now we say, do we want all of them locked? We say, okay, is the first one locked? If it's not, then we want all of them to be locked, right? We want that to be true because the first one is not locked. That means we want it locked. Okay. The problem is, what if it's locked but empty? That is an edge case that is 100% a bug, right? Locked to stack. So if locked inventory.empty, if it's not empty, or if it is empty, it's still locked, but there's no lock to stack. If not inventory of 0.empty, else locked to stack equals null. So if we're locked, but our inventory is empty, locked to stack is null. If we're not locked, locked to stack is null. Okay? That's the override state. So locked to stack being null is it's potentially a problem. Because if it's locked and it's null, I don't know. Can you lock, I don't know, in the storage drawers mod, can you lock an empty drawer? You can. I know you can. I 100% know you can. I've done it. So yeah, it's probably going to be a problem, but we will tackle that in the next phase. Okay, so we flip the lock state, right? And then we say true. We do this. Rather than pass, like, we're overriding, right? This is a drawer key per controller. We are 100% going to override it. Now we're saying, all right, we're going to override it to be whatever flag is not set. Okay? So now we want to do all locked equals all locked. Because we're flipping that. So if it's false, we're flipping it to true. Boom, we need to save that. Okay. These automatically, I believe, mark dirty. They do. So they'll automatically switch. Okay. So theoretically, we're now able to override the drawers, the keys for the controller. Theoretically. So being able to lock and unlock all the drawers, show and hide all the labels, show and hide all the values. These are rendering efficiencies. If you have a huge number of drawers, obviously each individual drawer is rendering the little mesh that it has. So okay, so we take the value key, the values are all shown. We hide that. Oh, it's not doing it. How about the lock? The lock works. That worked. The label doesn't. And the value doesn't. Why does that not work? Okay, let's go back and do value. Boink. Okay. First one. Locked. Label. Label enabled is first one. Label enabled is false. What? All label, all value. I know these are on. What? Label enabled. Key type is value. Well, why are these returning? Value enabled is false. What side are we on? API.side. We are on the client. And am I sending these to... I am. Okay. Value enabled to state true. Value enabled is true. True should be false. Okay. That worked for some reason. There's something. Oh. Label. For some reason, lock is able to trigger. Go to definition. Why is this able? Mark. They're all marked. Oh, that's why. It's a sync issue. Yeah, it's a sync issue. It wasn't marking them dirty. You can still look at them in here and say, "Hey, look at how many there are." That has room for 26 million, stone. That's a lot. It's many. I don't know how to disable said upgrade slots yet. Like, how do you disable a slot from being able to be removed? I'm not 100% sure how to do that yet. So that is one of those to-do items. Okay, so let's put the label back. Let's put the values back. Let's unlock all the drawers. Okay, so we got that done. And then this still has the void upgrade. So if I take this 5602 and I put it in here, it still is. So it looked at this one first and said, "Hey, this has a void upgrade. I can do the thing here. Put it in there because it has a void upgrade. Ignore that one. Even though it's the same thing, it is what it is. It's like an edge case of an edge case of an edge case. If you have more than one drawer that stores stuff, I'm sorry, but don't. If I take the void upgrade out of here, right? If I take that out and I drop this 5202, and I put this in here 5602. So if there's a void upgrade, it will take it, and I'm sure it's ordered by how close. Right, this is the first one. This is probably the second one. That's probably the third one because it's distance based, right? Because it's spidering out and it's searching. Anyway, all right. Let's eat some more cheese. So the keys work. That's beautiful. The fact that those work is just, it's glorious. And then the void upgrades work, and they don't double up. There's just one of them. And let's see if I didn't see if these insert. They do. Okay. Yeah, 26 million I think is fine. It's literally, let's see if the math checks, right? It's 32 times 2048. 32 times 2048. Okay. That's 65,000 stacks times 400 stack size is 26 million. And sure enough, the math checks out. Okay. But the next diamond upgrade is not multiplying that by 2048. It's just increasing the actual total amount multiplied by 4096, right? It's adding the two, which, again, wait, where'd my other, I know I had 8. There it is. Put that in there. There we go. So 209 million, you're just going to have to make do. You're just going to have to make do. Otherwise, do a mod that you would run out of. If you did much bigger, you would exceed the integer. You would have an integer overflow. Right? 2 billion is the highest that you can get. Now I could add an upgrade that would just be like, that's a special upgrade of like creative, and it's just max int for one upgrade. That's 100% possible. But I focus more on that kind of stuff. Okay, so the next thing is this slot. When I click this, it grabs the whole thing, which is not good. It's not. I don't want it to do that. Okay, so let's gracefully exit. Just I like to gracefully exit whenever I can. It's better than crashing and having to have some scrambled eggs to try to figure it out. Okay, so we're going to look at item slot. Activate slot. Mouse button, wheel, return, wheel direction. Okay. Activates the left click function of the given slot. Okay. So when a slot, like what happens when you right click a slot? I don't even know. I've never like right clicked a slot. Oh, I think you try to put 1 in. Yeah. You try to put 1 in. Item stack. Yeah, okay. So this is trying to put 1 in. Middle click. What does this do? It's a pick. So middle click. Yeah. Flag is true if this is such a weird line of code. I would love to see like what the actual source looks like, because this decompiled version is really bizarre. But basically it's saying, hey, is this creative? If it is, okay, then just clone the item stack and just toss the item stack in the sync slot, which is most likely the mouse. That's most likely the mouse slot, right? When you middle click. So left click is really what we're after. Activate slot, like mouse wheel. Yeah, I need to activate left slot left click. I need to override that instead. So instead of activate, wait, it's the wrong. Let's get into the right object here. Item slot expandable. Activate. Activate slot left click. Okay. So, this we need. For one, I'm gonna just copy this. I need somewhere to start. Like I need a starting point. Okay. Now, source slot dot item stack. I don't know why. Source slot. That is most likely the source slot is the mouse cursor slot. Okay, so this is the mouse cursor slot. Source slot.item stack. So this could be null. This get remaining slot space. This dot empty. This dot can hold. Math.min. Q. Get remaining slot space. This never returns null. This, right, never returns null. This, however, if item stack is null, what happens here for stack? If for item stack equals null, return this dot max slot stack size. Minus, well, goddamn. Yeah, this is a problem. If for item stack equals null. So we've already checked this dot empty. If this is empty, return max stack size times num slots. That's easy. Because that doesn't involve for stack at all, right? For item stack. It just like ignores. Actually, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Because I don't know why, but yeah, this, if for item stack is null, this would immediately crash the game. Like it would be, and the bug reports would abound. If for item stack is null, which is bizarre, but if we click the slot with a mouse, the mouse is empty. So for like this would be null. Let's see. Return this dot empty question mark. This dot max slot stack size. If this is empty, return the stack size, right? Get remaining slot space. If it's not empty, return this dot item stack. Oh no, this dot max slot stack size minus this, or no. Yeah, this dot item stack dot stack size. Right? So if our for stack is null, which is basically the mouse click event, is almost the only situation where that happens. Then and if we are empty, then just return the max slot stack size, because it's just get remaining slot space, right? So it's literally what we need, max slot stack size. If it's not empty, then return the stacks, like max slot stack size minus what's in it, stack size. So that just gets what's left. Now the void, well, the void is irrelevant because if for item stack is null, that means what, like the source is empty. So I'm not trying to put something in for that in that instance. If for item stack, get remaining slot space, if for item stack has something in it, then it's saying, hey, I have something, I want to put it in it. Therefore, it's not null. The only time for item stack is null is if you're basically clicking on it with a mouse. Okay, so coming in here, we are going to forgive source slot.item stack. This can be null, but we've addressed that in this call. Okay, so item stack, this.item stack right, is source slot.takeout Q. What is Q? Q is the stack size or the max slot stack size. That is a problem. Right. So this is why when we click the slot, it's giving us the entire enchilada, right? It's saying, hey, all of the things. So rather than do this, I would want because source slot, again, the source slot is the mouse. So if this is empty and can hold, if we go to definition, this is the base game, source slot. And source slot.item stack does not equal null. Okay, but if it is null, which means it's empty, return false. So, yeah. If source slot is empty, return false, because it's this here catches if source slot is empty. If source slot is empty, don't do anything, because it's literally a moot point at that time. Okay, so the op here, this activate slot, what builds, I need to know what calls this. Used by inventory.activate slot, okay. So the op here, again, we're called. So what is this used by? Inventory base.activate slot. You would think that this would be where the move operation is set. Activate slot. Yes. Where does I don't care about the inventory. I care about the item slot. Close that. Item slot. Used. This is inventory base. Activate slot. Ref op. Where does this op come from? Op.shift down. Where, like, used by. Okay, this activate slot. Crafting grid, player backpacks, player creative, inventory trader. Player backpacks, maybe? Activate slot. Again, we keep passing this reference to items. What builds that? Used by? Nothing. Nothing uses this. It's like circular logic. The thing calls the thing, which calls the thing, which then calls the original thing. We have just this infinite loop of calls. Where's the thing that actually creates this move operation other than setting those variables in here. This is only valid at shift when shift is placed. Enum mouse button left. See, we're passing in op.mouse button. Activate slot, left click. This. Okay. So if this is not empty, that means if this slot is empty and source slot has something in it, right? The stack size, that's fine. This is fine. Item stack, we're empty, so we're taking out Q, which is the amount that we can take. Op.moved quantity, that's stack size. This is how much we moved. On slot modified, good to go. Now, if we're not empty, which this is the actual expandable slot, not the mouse slot. So source slot.empty, requested quantity, this dot stack size. That's a problem. This dot collectible dot item stack dot collectible dot max stack size. This dot try put into the slot. So this, it's literally when you click it, the mouse slot is empty. You click it. I want not the whole thing. I just want how many is in a stack, right? Now, if source slot is not empty, get mergeable quantity, source slot dot item stack. That's fine. Source slot dot item stack. What is going on here? Why are you derpy? Max Q, there it is. Let's get you indented properly. Okay, and all of that is good. So let's test this out. Cross your fingers, everybody. Cross your fingers. Oh, man. No. Okay. What was I working on? Oh, yeah. So when I click this, right, there's 12,800 in there. When I click it, I should get 400 in my mouse. Okay. Do it again. Yeah. See, there we go. Now, if I have 400 and I put them in here. Oh, that's bad. Okay. So that would be here. Get mergeable quantity. This. Sync stack. Max get mergeable quantity. Okay. Right, I'm not calling the collectible. because that is tied to max stack size. I want to get the mergeable quantity with my thing, because source slot dot item stack, I'm saying when I click this, the sink is my big slot. The source is the mouse, right? So this call, if we go back to definition, if equals, if not has void, return source stack dot stack size. Source stack dot stack size. Get mergeable quantity. Max Q. This would be 400. Okay, max Q would be 400. Math.minimum, 400. Source slot dot item stack, that would be 400. Get remaining slot space would be many. Okay. So the minimum number of those, which would essentially be 400. Try merge stacks. Collectible. God, don't do that. Try. No. Yeah, see this. Try merge stacks. Yeah. Okay. Oh. It needs to be an empty hand. There it is. Now if shift is clicked, or if shift is held down, activate slot. Come on. Can we please? Where? I know I remember seeing where shift was pressed. Where was that? There it is. It's the inventory. Shnikes. Logger.audit. What changes in my code when shift is pressed? It's not even calling. Okay. It's not even calling activate slot. Because it's it's done a different way. It's done via a packet. So if try transfer away, inventory manager, acting player, try transfer away. If I just let's see what happens on the slot. Let's see. Well, this is going to change the overall pattern of the object, so I want to exit. So activate slot, left click. So override activate slot. I just want to see if this is like, because we're technically activating the slot, but we have the shift key down. Right? So the inventory base activate slot. Call when a player has clicked on this slot. Source slot is mouse cursor. This handles all. Okay, I get it, but why does this bypass the slot itself? Why does the slot not get the call? Right? If shift is down, but if not, do the slot. Right? So we're not going to get called because the slot is not triggered here. It's the inventory. Acting player request to kind of try transfer away, right? Inventory manager dot try transfer away. Is that even? iPlayer inventory manager try transfer away. Logger dot audit. Return packet. What calls this? That's player inventory crafting grid. I don't know what actually calls this. What actually calls this? This is saying there's only 4 things that actually call this. The trader, player creative, player backpacks, and inventory crafting grid. Okay. So which one of those is the thing that does it? Activate slot. Um It's like I just want to prevent the shift key from being used, or I want to ignore it. Just ignore the shift key. Just treat it always the same. But I don't know if there's a way to do that. So object, packet client, ID is 7. Okay. And there, what happened? What? Oh, Jesus. All of the stuff disappeared. So we're just gonna hard stop that. Okay. So we did trigger a packet, ID of 7. We're gonna put one here. Let's try that again. Hopefully I won't have to refill the drawer. I probably will, but let's hope not. Oh, good. There we go. Okay, so we have this. Item slot universal. So it's not triggering this. Like I can call activate slot. I don't know if I can override. I don't think I can override because I would need to create a custom inventory object, which I've been trying to avoid this whole time, but I should have from the start created a custom inventory. Like I would very early on in the project, I was like on the fence. I was like, should I or shouldn't I? And I was like, this is relatively straightforward. I should be able to not do it. And I've regretted it ever since. I was like, I really should have created a custom inventory object because then I could override all of these, like literally override it. Because yeah, the activate slot call, right? This, when you have a shift, very explicitly, when you have shift, inventory util dot get active slot packet. What is this? Analyze. Implemented by inventory network util. Is there anything in here? Activate slot packet. Mouse button. Modifiers. Tab index. There's your ID 7. Okay, so I'm assuming this is a client sending the server a packet. Right? Because it's a client that has all the controls and if shift is down and all of that. So the server is getting a packet. Okay. So when I shift click this, are we going to get another packet? We are. So the data is all sorts of gubbins. Right? So data would be packet ID is 7. So on received client packet would be block entity something something. Block entity. Block entity container. Block entity container. Block entity openable container. Packet ID. Where is packet ID 7? Why? Where does the game process packet ID of 7? Is it a behavior? Is it a behavior? Packet ID 7. Data. So we're gonna stop and we're gonna say if packet ID equals 7. Yeah, it's not going to find that. Lord, packet ID. Mm-hmm. Entity behavior openable container. No. Block entity. I don't know how to search for packet ID equals 7. Like, I wish I could just search for that, but I can't. Packet client. Packet activate inventory slot. That is what kind it is. There has to be a way to reverse that. Packet inventory slot. New packet client. Activate inventory slot. Packet client. Yeah. So this there it is. Packet activate inventory slot serializer. Okay. Used by. Can I minimize all of these? Used by. Deserialize. Memory stream. I don't even know, like, this is getting into the weeds. I can't believe there's no easy way to do this. There's no event that fires and say, hey, there's an activated slot in the inventory. What do you want me to do about it? Do you want me to call base? Do you want to override it in some way? No, it's just I have to roll my own. Set active inventory slot. Deserialize length delimited new. Client serializer. Deserialize. Deserialize. Good God. Like, this is just insane. Who coded this? Is this is this literally like the best way of doing this? Like, I don't know. It feels like it's a waste, but you know, I could be way off. This could be super duper efficient. So the stream, what? Deserialize buffer. Int length. Packet client instance. I'm just looking at this code going, all right, I get data, received client packet, from player, packet ID, data. Data has some stuff in it. Okay? Base, like something in this process is getting that packet. Then when I shift click that, it's hitting this and saying I'm receiving something from the client with this data. The data is just a byte array. Right? So packet ID 7 has data. How, right, can I take said data and turn it into the packet, whatever it is, deserialize something. Let's do packet client activate packet client dot like I don't even know. Like I've never really done anything this deep into the code before. Packet client serializer, CETO memory stream. Let's packet activate. Okay, I did the packet activate inventory slot dot deserialize And I just say like test equals data. uh, test equals packet activate. It's not serializer. Let's do packet activate slot serializer dot deserialize buffer data dot length. Why do I have to pass an instance? What does this return? I'm just monumentally curious. This is like, I've got years of this in this game's API now, because none of this stuff is documented. I just want to put that out there. You may be looking at this going, man, this guy doesn't. None of this stuff is documented, right? So it's just like a free for all. It's just like the Wild West. Like I'm just trying to figure out how this shit works, and I'm trying to capture whether this packet ID, right? What this effing packet ID is, and how do I get the data out of it, right? So this deserialized buffer is going to return this activate item slot packet. I think this could crash horribly. Like it could just be, it could be bad, right? So I just want to see if I can grab the data out of that. Like, am I capable of grabbing this? And is the data right? Like the data could be God only knows what. It's just a byte array. So I don't know what to expect here. So when I shift click this, so we get the test. That is now a thing and stuff. And so what does this do? This is data, which is those. It's just, again, a byte array, right? Length and test. So what is test? Test dot modifiers dot mouse button dot target inventory ID Man, I don't even know what the hell. Let's see, test. Modifiers is 0. Target slot. Like, this is not telling me anything. Target inventory ID, target slot. And it grabs it, but it doesn't give it to me. I mean, the deserialized buffer is actually doing some things and stuff. But if I don't drop into this, because now I'm not getting the thing, right? I'm not getting the actual thing. So something is blocking. Ugh. Click on the right little teeny itty bitty thing. So, modifiers. Control Shift Alt. Modifier key. This was 0. So it should have been 2. So something isn't deserializing correctly, I don't think. Either that or I'm just barking up the wrong tree. Right. Deserialize length delimited. Stream. Okay. So instead of doing that, serialize length delimited new. I mean, it's the same thing, buffer and length. Maybe the length is wrong. No, the length can't be wrong. Oh man. My God. So I think what's happening is client packet, the data object here might not be right. Because the client packet client, I should say. I don't know. Like I am at a lot. What's frustrating about this on received client packet, the object that's in here is not a packet, right? On received client packet, what I'm getting is a byte array. I'm not getting an actual packet. So, and I don't know if there is a deserializer packet client serializer. Okay, maybe I should try this instead. Okay. So packet client test equals new. New. And then I want to do, instead of this, let's just comment that out instead of erasing it. Packet client serializer dot deserialize buffer data dot length and then test. And I just want to see what this does. And this might crash. I don't know. But you'd think the packet would be the block of data. I mean, 37 bytes didn't seem like enough, but who am I to judge? Like, I don't know what you would think that just the code, right? The text of the code of the item would be enough, but I think there are some ID numbers going on behind the scenes that that we don't really see a lot of. Okay, so if we do F10, okay, so test has some stuff. Ooh, look at that. Activate inventory slot actually has a thing and stuff and shit, it has data. Holy shit, it has data. Activate inventory slot. Modifiers 2. That's the shift key. Inventory ID. One drawer. Target slot I don't care about. Modifiers 2. I want to strip that modifier. Okay. I want to say if test dot activate inventory slot does not equal null, and test dot activate inventory slot dot modifiers equals 2, and boo 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 let's do test dot activate inventory dot set target slot. Target slot. Yeah. And test dot target activate dot target slot equals 0. Right? Active inventory slot, not null. Active inventory slot modifiers equals 2, which means shift key. Active inventory slot dot target slot is 0, which means I think that's the targeted, like the slot ID dot source. Well, let's look at going all the way back to here. Source slot. Source slot is the mouse cursor. Okay, so what is array is a object. Stack name, blah blah blah. That's a really weird way of doing things. Array of number equals player name. Array of 1 slot ID. Source slot equals this, that's slot ID. Moved quantity. Slot ID. Slot ID. Get activate slot packet. Slot ID. We're passing it the slot ID, which would be 0. So coming in here, and I need to look at this, which is implemented by this. Right? Remember, slot ID is 0, so target slot is the slot ID. So this target slot, that's the slot ID of the inventory, which is 0. So only when we are hitting shift and our slot is 0, test.set modifiers, test.activate.set modifiers of 0. Okay. Now, can we ba, 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 ba. How do we redo the data? Right? How do we redo the data here? Because I want to basically take that data pool and just like spit it back out again. So packet client serializer. Oh, I forgot the little underscore. Client serializer dot serialize. Serialize to bytes. Hell yes. Test. Data. Ooh! Man, if this fucking works, this is going to be like the most glorious goddamn thing I've ever seen in my life. Okay, so we are setting the modifiers to 0. We're just like, all of the other data is fine. We're just setting the modifiers to 0, saying if you shift click the bulk slot ID 0, if you shift click that bulk slot, we're going to basically erase the concept of shift. We're just like, shift was not used, right? So essentially, like, just move a stack or whatever it does. Let's see what it does. I have no idea what it's going to do. I don't even know if we serialize the packet correctly. But you know what? We're gonna just YOLO this shit. And this is fixing a dead simple concept. When we shift click the bulk stack, all I want to get back is a single stack of things. I don't want the full big blob. I just want a single stack, right? So shift click that. Why is there a thing there? So now we're activating the slot, right? So we treated it like a normal click. We literally, when you click this, it just grabs a stack. Now, how modifiers and that might be jarring to some people, but I'm the fact that this worked at all to me is astounding. We literally took over the packet. We massaged the packet and said, no, we don't want to shift. Right? We don't want to shift. Now, what I could do here is I could create my own behavior. I could create my own code here and say, all right, we know shift key was used. We know the activate target slot is 0, which is the thing. So if I basically shift click something here, why that's weird. Okay. So do that, right? If I shift click that, it's fine. It works just fine, no problem. Now if I shift click that in there, I don't know why it doesn't take, nor do I know why it reduced by 1 in there. There we go. Right? So we have this. I think maybe no. That worked. I don't know. Maybe I clicked it. Yeah. So this works, right? It's because the target slot is not 0. So it just treats it like a normal shift, which is fine. Now if I shift click these, boom. It's just all of them, right? It's just an en masse, and I can shift these out. So somebody who wants to put max upgrades. Now, I don't know why they don't. When you have your inventory open, it's, I don't know what to do about that. Again, there's not a lot of documentation about how that works. Maybe there is now, but there wasn't for a very long time. I need to also make it so when you right click the drawer, the UI goes away. But now when you shift click, that is a problem. I think these are invisible. Yeah, those are invisible. So that stack doesn't exist. That is a client. That is a client issue. The client is causing that. The client is triggering that. How do I avoid that on the client? I mean, I can't believe we got that to work. That's crazy. We overrode. We literally overrode a packet. We edited the packet, then we reserialized the packet, and then we send it back to the base. You know, the black hole abyss that is the base call stack, and it worked. Like, it actually did the thing. So what then? I don't know. I don't know what triggers that on the client. Why do I need that? Let's put that away. So the last bit that I want to tackle, I'm just gonna have to defer that to a different day. I ran out of time. I mean, it's functional. Just don't get cute with all the interactions. And the pipes from Vintage Engineering on an individual drawer will work. They will not, however, work on a controller. You won't be able to insert into a controller yet. I need to add some specific controller shenanigans for that, for automatically interacting, and I need to think about that for a little bit. But I want to get some recipes in to the mod. This is all in code. It's very. I don't like how this is all based on the template that's available, and I do not like how it organizes all of the things. I just don't. Right? We have vintage drawers, right, where the code is, whereas mod info is already in here. Why is the mod info in here? And then the assets is here, right? Like, this is a horrible way to organize this. You don't want to put your JSON and shit in with all of your other code. Like, I get the assets is nice, but it needs to be deferred a directory, right? You need to have, like, vintage drawers here. Then you need a mod folder where the mod info is, and then in that you have the assets folder, right? And then that can tree down to the assets. You do not want to put your mod info, because now when I want to zip this up, I have to basically like select this, but I don't have the exe in here. So what do you do with the exe? Well, you have to like, it's not very well organized. Whoever built this template is out of their minds when it comes to ease of use. It may make sense to them, but to an average person who may not be super deep on this, now when I want to make, like, when I want to zip this mod up, I have to shuffle everything around so the DLL and all of that stuff is in the right place because it's not easily zippable. Like, how do I zip this into a mod? I can't right now because the binaries are in here, right? Debug mods mod. Okay, where are the assets? If you're going to copy that in here, that's useful. I could just zip this up, but I need the assets. I have to have the assets in here, right? So do you just copy do you just copy this folder over? Like, what do you do? Why is the assets folder down here? In other words, like, why is this here? If you're not going to copy them into here, it's just weird. It's weird the way that this is organized. They have this cake build thing. I don't even know what to do about that. It just confuses things. Okay, so I want somewhere in here recipes. We already have trim, we have the drawers, we have the controller. Okay, so let's take and we want drawer keys. Okay, and we want drawer upgrade here. So keys. You know what? I'm just going to go and just do it in here. Drawer keys. Okay. Drawer keys will be, we don't need nails and strips. So let's do, let's do G. Um, how about R? TIT might not be the best one to put right there. Funny as it is. So an iron ingot. So you got native gold. You got gold nuggets, right? With an iron ingot. That's the lock. Gold nuggets with an empty. We got trim on either side, but an empty one is the label. And then the value. What would be a good value Duvallaki in there? Leather, maybe. I like the keys. They don't need to be super expensive. Obviously, I don't want to make them expensive, but I do want to make them. I want somebody to go through a little bit of effort. What do we have? What kind of shenanigans happened here? Not sure why that happened, but whatever. I think I copied too many things. So normal leather, normal plain is just literally a single piece of leather. Trim, that's standard native gold, and it's not a gold ingot. Literally nuggets, like a single nugget of gold, 3 of them. Because the key, you only need to make 1 of each key. So you find gold once, and you'll have enough for everything. So that are the keys. Upgrades. Now these are going to be a little spicier. Okay, so we are going to want some sort of universal. Let's do. NMN underscore M underscore N underscore N. Okay. So now we want N. We're going to change this one to M just for funsies. We're going to make this N item nugget iron damn. No. I think that's um this is gonna be a little bit more complex. So I was gonna have iron nuggets, but I think that would probably be not a good idea. I'm just throwing that out there. Somebody might be angry with me if I did that. So and again, this is just like first pass to get it in people's hands so they can test it. Maybe, how about Coke? I mean, it's relatively easy to get. It's a tiny bit of a challenge, but you can do it literally anytime. Like, you can just make Coke, like, all the things. Either that or charcoal. So, one of the two. So, we want M to be metal plate metal. Okay. So N is the Coke. So Coke on the corners, metal plate in the middle. And that M is going to have several different values. So we need to look at item types, drawer upgrades. I need to look at my variants. So allowed variants. These are going to be elsewhere. Okay, copper. Cupronickel. Iron. Silver. Steel. Brass. Gold. Okay. Oh, I've already got gold. That's why it's yelling at me saying, "Hey, you already have gold. What are you doing? What is what happened?" Thank you for updating, stupid app. Okay. So B, we can basically ignore. We don't have that. It is a 3x3, but you have Coke on the corners, a metal plate. Now that metal plate the reason why I was very specific about this while I was reviewing this. So we have copper, bronze, which we'll have to do separately, Cooper nickel, and I hope that there's a metal plate for that. Yeah, there's definitely a metal plate for that. Iron, steel, silver, brass, and gold. Okay. So now we can go drawer upgrade dash metal, because those tie directly in to the metal. So it's drawer upgrade dash copper, drawer upgrade dash Cooper nickel. Like it's literally the same name. Now we're going to copy and paste the same recipe, right? Metal plate, metal. Now all of these are going to be all of these. Okay. Now let's actually quit fat fingering the stupid keys. Thank you. And then this, instead of being that, is going to be bronze. All three of those are going to make the same item. But you'll be able to use any of the bronzes to make the bronze upgrade, right? I keep getting people complaining about that. Okay, so the next one is going to be people are going to be complaining. Holy Moses. Metal plate lead. Yeah, metal plate lead. We can get rid of these. And this is going to be void. And let's make this an item. I still don't know why the game can't determine that for you. Like, look up the code, right? I give it the code, look that up, and tell me if it's an item or block. Resolve that code, and that'll tell you whether it's an item or block. Anyway, so we have item. Okay, they're all items. Okay, so the void upgrade is a lead plate surrounded by coke. Now should I make this charcoal instead of coke? Right? I could make that charcoal instead of coke. That would make it, mildly more affordable. Why is this little squiggly there? I don't understand. I don't get it. Like, we have a little, now it's gone. Just stupid Visual Studio. Okay, and then one more. Well, right. We don't, the void upgrade works. None of the other ones do. Okay, so that is what it is. The two other upgrades, the push and the pull, they don't actually do anything, right? So not having a recipe is kind of the introduction to the fact that they don't do anything. Okay, so we don't need this anymore. The keys, we don't need that anymore. So let's just run it one more time, just to make sure we don't have any catastrophic problems. And the recipes are parsed properly. Oh, we have some errors. Drawer upgrades. Grid recipe. Output. Vintage drawers. Oh, Electrum. And meteoric iron. Okay. I should make a meteoric iron. So key. Oh, we gotta wait. Key. So lock. There we go. I keep forgetting. Key label. Right? This is the... Ooh. Label should have the leather values. Oh, no. Label is the blank one. Values is the piece of leather. And it's literally any trim and the gold things. So upgrade, pull upgrade, no recipe. Push upgrade, no recipe. I need to customize those again. Drawer upgrade, for some reason, the it's not actually showing what it needs to be. Drawer stack iron, there you go. Coke, iron plate. And I know people are going to be like, these are way too expensive. I'm sorry, but it is what it is. If you want storage, you're going to have to do some things. Oh, diamond. We forgot about the diamond one. Shit. Now, should I add a meteoric iron level? Should I include that? I mean, it's literally, I could just go item types, drawer upgrade. Oh, I don't have a... Well, I mean, I could. 100%, I could. I don't know. Meteoric iron. And then let's just copy this just to make sure it's the same. Stop redoing my... Reason number 2 to not do this in Visual Studio, because it keeps reorganizing my shit. Okay. So meteoric iron can go... See what I mean? Like, no! Like, why? Let's not do that, please. Okay, you lose your pass. No more of that shit. God damn, like, we're gonna just reorganize the whole shit. Like, no. Don't do that. So drawer upgrade, meteoric iron. Come in here. Let's just take gold and paste meteoric iron. And this will be, I don't know, 256. Let's take brass, put it down here. Brass and copper nickel are kind of equivalent, as are silver and iron. Trim trailing space, please. Why is it so hard to trim trailing? Look at that. Like, why? Trim trailing space. Nice clean lines. Okay. So meteoric iron is 256. Then we want to come up here and just basically meteoric iron. meteoric iron. It's the same shape, same everything. Okay. Now, the upgrades come in here. And I forgot about, we want to come up here, grab this. We're going to put this here. And this one will be game. Oh, let's look up game or ungraded. Or not. It might be gem. Gem dash diamond rough. I think. Block or gem rough. Let's look at what that. World properties, block or gem rough. Yeah. Diamond rough. Interesting that they got rid of the or refined state. Block or gem rough. Malachite is not Malachite is not a is not a valid option. Somebody copied and pasted. This is a snafu here. This is a copy and paste oopsie. Yeah, somebody oopsied big time. Malachite is not even in the variant groups. So we want gem diamond rough. Now I want to make sure. Yeah, this here. So we're going to get rid of this. M in this case is going to be gem diamond rough. And Coke again. And drawer upgrade diamond. Special, very, very expensive. But one of these is going to let you literally store millions of something, right? So if it's too overpowered, I can change this recipe so it's surrounded by diamonds, right? Which I would do. If people tell me, if a couple of people tell me that the diamond upgrade is too cheap, well, it's going to cost twice as much diamond. So, or I could increase it because you can have quantities in the item slots as well. So, yeah, have fun with that. Okay, so the diamond, the void upgrade, which is why we don't have a lead tier of upgrades, because lead is used down here. The push and the pull, that's up in the air. Again, those are kind of temporary. So it is what it is. We can close that and that and that and that and that. Void, diamond, bronze, and all the rest. Push and pull are not done yet. I do not want people making them because they don't do anything. Oh yeah, I added that. I need to add. Well, this one I can do in here. Okay, that should be a not finished, a workable, testable, situation. Because I know, there's a handful of members or patrons that would love to get their hands on this. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know who's out there playing this game. We should really stream it again here soon. Oh my god. Time add 5. So drawer controller has a recipe. Yes, it's not cheap. It is a recipe. Have fun with that. Drawer key. This one, we already looked at those. Void upgrade has a thing. Diamond has a thing. Just one diamond? That we're gonna need to change that. I thought it was 4 diamonds. My brain fritzed out a little bit. Item drawer upgrade. Drawer upgrade meteoric iron. Like, I know that I put a Duvallaki in here. Oh, it's an item description. Let's do. Okay, that takes care of that bug. 256. Yeah, and the only lingering bug is the fact this doesn't have an X on it in here, and I don't know why. I really don't. Is it on the other side, maybe? So if it's in GUI, yeah, it's the wrong rotation. Weird. Cancel. GUI minus 72. No, let's keep that as minus 72. Z. Rotation Z minus 180. Why is I don't understand what the difference is. I mean, they might be sticking out a little bit more. Um. Duh. I just want to see if this actually fixes it, or if it's just if it's strangely reversed. What in the world? Oh, god damn it. Wrong thing I was clicked on. There we go. Yeah. What in the world? Why would this... I don't understand. I literally copied and pasted the shape and just redid the little internal Duvalakis. That's all I did. Cable. Shiny brass. Game. Oh. Block cable. There we go. Drawer upgrade. I mean, in this case, the cable should be brighter, technically, right? Yeah, the shiny brass of the void. No, the void shiny brass, the cable. This. I need to have this one. Now, let's just validate that that actually exists, because it's looking at game textures, block, shiny brass, which it doesn't exist. Okay. Game metal plate. Brass. Sheet. Ingot. I could have sworn shiny brass was an actual thing. Weird. I could have sworn it was. I wonder where I got that texture. So brass, I don't know. Is that maybe that's not bright enough? Because remember, it's gonna be a black background, so I want something contrasty. Because if we make it like lead, it's like dark lead on a dark lead background. It's just you're not even gonna see it. Meteoric iron, that's something we could work with. That might be too bright. Look, let's just do brass, right? Let's just do brass. Cable is just brass. But that is going to be textures, block metal plate, brass. Okay. The shiny brass link is literally just the base, right? And that's the thing I change in the JSON. The other texture, the cable texture, that is going to be mapped, or should be mapped, to the base game. Now, why are the upgrades like oriented different? That's so bizarre. I don't understand it. Wait, those are the drawer upgrades? I wanted to make this the... God damn it. I edited the wrong damn thing. There. So yeah, the base, like literally the same. I mean, some of these are different because I saved it with a different editor once, but the faces are disabled anyway. I don't know what these do. I mean, if I have to flip the void upgrade, I can do that, but I would like to know why, having copied and pasted the shape, that they're different when they're literally based off the exact same copy and pasted shape. It's the same thing. Because I'm going to be editing the push and the pull one too. It's going to have slightly different icons on it. Dot TF edit. Yeah. I don't. It's literally the same shape as all the other upgrades. It's all of these. It's the copy and pasted shape, and I just went in and edited the little dually bags in the side there. That's all I did. That's weird. Okay. So the last, and I'll worry about that later. It's trivial. I want to get this out. Vintage Doors Recipes Grid, drawer upgrades. We have this one left to do. M underscore M and M. Many more diamonds. Not 1 diamond, 4 diamonds. Much better. Okay. That's going to go. I'm going to zip that up and send it to, or put it in the members only channel for members and patrons. So they'll be able to get their hands on it and tell me what broken, what's not, that kind of thing. So feedback is good. But anyway, that's going to do it for the stream today, everybody. I thank you all for coming by. I hope everybody learned something today, or just, enjoyed yourself, laughing at me and struggles and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, no stream on Saturday. Big family thing this coming week. So I'm going to be pretty much AFK from here until Monday. So squeezing this in right at the edge. So yeah, hope to see everybody back here probably a week from today. Week from today will be the next stream. So have fun, get out, touch some grass, and have fun.